Alrighty, yeah, come on. Running behind. Alright, why am I not seeing the fast? So the cords ain't tangled up. Don't get tangled up. Go. Alrighty, everyone, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome, everybody. Are we live? Something don't seem. Oh man, no, I got the headphones on. Something don't seem right. Let me see. Hello. Yeah, we here. Can y'all hear me? Something don't seem right. I don't know what it is. Something just don't seem right. But anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Something don't seem right. Hold on a sec. Well, let's find out. I don't know why something just don't seem right. And of course, there ain't nobody to tell me anything. Of course, there's nobody to tell me anything. Um. Hey, Nia, happy Sunday. Can you hear me? Is everything good? Before we start the show, I want to take a look at this. This will be a good test because something don't seem right. This wasn't a good test. Hold on a sec. Let me pause that. All right. See something real quick.
Yeah, this is Rodero. So now you know. Here with a remix. Y'all ain't like the first verse. So I put a
Okay. All right. The headphones are working. Was y'all able to hear that? Nia said, I fell asleep last night, but I want to say for the last time, please, when I am here, do not mention me when I cannot reply. No one will tell me when to donate, how much, or when. You say when you not here, do not mention you when you cannot reply. And you said no one will tell you when to donate or how much or when. When did I tell you uh to donate? If you don't want to donate, then don't. But don't get defensive about it either. If you don't want to donate, then don't. But don't get defensive about it. Yeah, some stuff went on the show last night, and I'm trying to forget about it. But if you don't want to donate, then don't. But don't get mad if somebody calls you out for not doing it. Take it up with that person. The fact that you defensive about it, it must mean whoever you talking about must have been right. Or why would you worry about it? That's my answer to that question. You ain't gonna come jump on me because I'm gonna jump right back on you. Because I can tell you, you don't share. None of y'all share the videos. None of y'all don't bring none of your friends over here. Don't say nothing to me. Because I will jump all over you. When I go into other people's chats and I see what their fans do, y'all don't do none of it. So don't get defensive because you don't do it. Don't come whining to me. Stand up or be quiet. It's either or. This dude here shoplifting a few things out the store. Gonna punch that lady in her mouth. What a coward. Freaking coward. But these are the kind of men that's being raised up these days. I'm waiting for somebody to come in here and make an excuse. Well, you know, maybe he needed something to eat. Well, that's our topic today. Judgment. Do we have the right to judge other people? That's our topic today. Do we have the right to judge other people? What does Jesus say about us judging other people? Especially when we don't know the facts. We just go by appearance. We just get to something and got to put our 2 cents in and don't even know what's going on. Why do we do it? Do we really think when we judging somebody that we actually helping them? Some people think they do. They'll see somebody struggling with something, make a smart comment, or try to make a joke about them. You'll see somebody and you'll shake your head. I remember when we were here, it was last month, and we was watching the video about the people living in tents in California. And there was a man that seemed proud. And he said he had been living there for 19 years. Was it 19 years or 15 years? Was it 19 or 15 years? And I said, that man's trifling. He ain't made no improvement in 15 years. And somebody in the chat said, oh, you're judging them. Oh, you don't know what he's been through. 15 years. He ain't made no improvements. I can't judge the man, But I can judge that sorry behavior. In 15 years, you ain't made no advancement. That's when you can judge. When you get the facts. It don't matter what happened to him. Because you can make some excuses. Well, maybe 15 years. I don't care if you got a mental illness. I don't care if you own crack. I don't care if your daddy beat you when you were little. In 15 years, you have not made no advancement. I can't judge the person. He might be a great man. But I can judge his sorry behavior. That's what our topic is on tonight. Do you see something and make a quick judgment in your mind, or do you wait and get the facts? Now, when we look at the news, before I comment on it, I got to look at everything that we see and examine it in seconds. And over the years, I've gotten pretty good at it. But most people, if you see somebody laying in the gutter and you step over them, do you look down at them and make a judgment? Or do you act like you don't see them and step over them? When you see your neighbor's kids who you know on drugs and you see them, the kids come out the house going to school and they're not dressed right. They might have the wrong shoes on the wrong feet. They might have holes in the clothes. Do you shake your head and say, "What a sorry mother," and go about your business? If you live on that block and you know who the mother is, you can make a judgment because you can judge the behavior because you know the person. But when that child get to school and the other kids start making fun of them, they don't know what's going on. They just know the little part they seen. We should never go off appearance. Appearance could be misleading. I don't believe that we are allowed to judge each other. But I'll say it again. I believe we are allowed to judge each other's behavior. Well, once again, you jumped the gun. That was the next point. You jumped the gun. That was the next point. The next point was before you decide to try to judge somebody else's behavior, make sure yours in check. Stop sitting out there gossiping about the lady down the street, husband cheated on her. Your husband ain't been home in 5 years. You the last person that should be out there trying to make fun of somebody getting cheated on. Make sure your house is in order. You've been evicted 10 times in the past 20 years. But you out there laughing at the person across the street getting evicted for the first time in their life. How can you go out there and, yeah, you should have paid that rent. You should have stopped doing what you were doing. What were you doing them 20 times you got evicted? How the hell are you going to comment on somebody else? Before you open your mouth up, make sure your house is in order. Make sure your house is in order before you start talking about somebody else. Let's go to Matthew 7:1. Y'all see this on your screen? There we go. Matthew 7:1. Judge that you not be judged. I'm sorry, judge not that you not be judged. New International Version. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. King James Version. Judge not that ye be not judged. New Living Translation. Do not judge others, and you will not be judged. Matthew 7:1. Judge not that ye be not judged. And New Century Version. Don't judge others, or you will be judged. So we look at the different translations of the verse. I wanted to make sure I broke down what I feel the difference is. God and Jesus will do the final judgment when they decide who gets to go in the furnace and who get to carry on. They would decide who's going to be down there on the hot coals and who's going to be cooling out in paradise. But that's your spirit. But down here on earth, while you still living and you in the flesh, you don't have the right to judge somebody else. You must accept each person as what they are. A mini, itty bitty God. If they just killed 10 people, if they just molested a whole classroom of students, they are still a human being. And you have to accept and treat them like that. Even if they just killed your mother. But, let me put that but there. But, you can judge the behavior. If you know somebody's doing wrong, you can lovingly come up to them and say, how can I help you stop doing that? What you're doing is very detrimental to your life and the lives of those close to you. How can I help you? What can I do to help you make the improvement? Do we need to go to rehab? What can I do to help you? I'm right here, willing and able to help. What can I do? Nah, you know you. When you speak about somebody else, especially those y'all that gossip, you sitting on the stoop, you see a woman coming down the street, look at her. Look at her trying to put a little swagger in her walk when she know she on that stuff. Look at her. Look at her. Eyes sunk in. Everything on her and dropped. She's still trying to switch down the street like she got something. Why don't you go on, girl? You know you look a mess. Take your butt in the house somewhere. You ain't nothing. You just judge that person. She better not come over here. Probably got insects crawling on her and everything. Ah. She ain't gonna never turn out to be nothing. You just judge that person. But see, a real Christian might see her a day later, a week later, 6 months later, a year later, and might lovingly convince her to go into rehab. And the next time you see her, she might really be walking down the street with some swagger. Get herself cleaned up. Get herself a little job. Now when she walk by you, y'all sitting on the stoop. Ah, yeah, well, she ain't got off that stuff and she got her little job, but she's still a trick to me. She's still a piece of trash. But I'm glad she got herself together. But but she better not say nothing to me because I let her know. I knew you when you was on the damn street. Do those people really think they're gonna go to heaven? Do you really think that Jesus and God want you around them? And the sad part is the majority of the people that talk like that ain't the people that's downtrodden. It's the people that think they better. In their mind, they think they're doing something. Yeah, I'm gonna keep getting on you. I'm gonna keep putting you down. I'm gonna keep insulting you, and I'm gonna make you have to do better. Who came up with that theory? If you're a mother and you got a lazy son, and every day when he wake up, you go in his room and tell him, "You're gonna go get a job today, you bum. You're gonna stop laying around the daggone house. You're gonna get out there and bring some money up in here. You're gonna be a man and you're gonna keep being my little boy." You really think that's gonna make him want to go out there and do what you asking him to do? Two things gonna happen. One, he gonna roll over and go back to sleep and not pay you a bit of mind because he know you say the same thing every morning when you wake up, and you still keep taking care of him. So why should he do anything? Or two, he's going to get up and go find something to get the hell away from you. So either way, you continue to have a son that's laying around your house, or you lose your son because he gonna get up and get out of there and don't want to be around you, period. Which means you're not gonna be able to see your grandkids or anything else. That's a lose-lose situation. But I guarantee you that's happening somewhere in this country. Wouldn't it be much better to say, "Hey, I got you a bus pass. I circled some things in the want ads. Go check out these jobs and see if you can find yourself a job today. Got you a nice outfit. I ironed it for you. so you can look sharp. Go out there and wow 'em. Person don't have no excuse. You and took care of everything. Chances are they're gonna go out there and look. But as long as you stand there, put them down, and then leave them be, most people would just be. When you lovingly help somebody, you make the angels sing. You do Jesus and God proud. But when you put somebody down, when you hold somebody back, when you try to crush somebody's spirit, when you try to humiliate somebody, you make Jesus and God turn away from you. I grew up in the church. I was amazed at some of the things that went on in the church. When you watch the Waltons, Little House on the Prairie, My Three Sons, Leave It to Beaver, and you see how nice the people are on there to each other. And then I get to church on Sunday and I see all the backbiting and stuff that go on behind the scenes. I used to want to be with the people on TV. When you watch Good Times, you watch the Jeffersons, you watch the Cosby Show, and then you look at your own family. When I was growing up, almost everybody I knew say, you know, that Cosby Show is fake. Real families ain't like that. Mine sure ain't. I would come to school. It used to come on Thursday nights. I would come to school on Friday. Hey, did you see the Cosby Show last night? Man, I ain't watching that stuff. Man, that fake stuff. That stuff fake. Well, yeah, it is fake, but it's a fake version of what life supposed to be. And I would ask people, "Is your family like that?" They'd be like, "Nope. They didn't have no. They ain't got no Uncle Jack in jail. They didn't have no Aunt Maria strung out on drugs. They didn't have no loose daughters. Theo was still a virgin. That ain't real." It ain't real because we've fallen so far off the beaten path that what used to be normal is now considered fake. What was considered normal 30, 40 years ago is now an old movie. It's no different when you watch a Western and you say, damn, people used to live like that. Or you watch something from the biblical days and you say, people used to live like that. You got teens that'll watch something from the 60s and 70s and say, hey, you used to live like that? If any of y'all ever went back and watched like the Brady Bunch or the Partridge Family or any of the old shows and you see how the families was and you see how the families are today, if you was watching a comedy, you might have had one smart mouth kid in the family. Most of the kids today, everybody got a smart mouth. If you used to watch Good Times, JJ and Thelma used to hassle each other. Families today, everybody hassle each other. When I was coming up, if you dared disrespect your mother, somebody would knock you in the back of your head, even if they didn't know you. Nowadays, people just look. Oh, World Star. If people were to judge the youth for the past 20 years, if somebody came that died in 1960 and was brought back to life, they might be asked to be put back to death. You brought me back, take me back, because I don't want to live in this world. Nia, I'm not talking about the actors. I'm talking about the roles they played. We know it's all kinds of family neglect and everything. But I'm just saying, if you look at those shows and you see how respectful the kids was, and see the kids nowadays, they don't have no respect. Am I judging them? No, I'm telling you what I see. They don't have no respect for their mother, their father, their sister, their brother, or themselves. When I was young, an old lady could walk down the street and nobody messed with her. Kids could go anywhere they wanted to go. You ain't worried about them being raped or kidnapped like you do now. Some kids can't even go off the porch. Some kids can't even go out the house. Some cities like New York, Chicago, Baltimore, the kids don't even know the neighborhood because the parents scared to let them outside. Hey, Bobcat, some of the people had their kids sleep in the bathtub because they're afraid they're going to get shot if they're in the bed. When I was coming up, if you was on your property, you were safe because wouldn't nobody come up and bother you. If you were sitting in your car, you could sit. The article made your night. What do you mean it made your night? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Stop the presses. Bobcat said the article I sent him made his night. I sent you, Nia, Liz, Chung Lee, Snazzy, and Mutt Duck. I sent all y'all that article. I played it earlier. Whoops, I'm back. Sorry about that. See that Bobcat? You hear me mess up. Hold on a sec. Let me grab that link. And then here it is. You talking about this one? That made your night. Seeing a female cop get knocked out made your night. He said, "Yep." I'm using the green screen and I'm coming in and out. Hold on, Bobcat. You need to explain this. Yeah, the video. I sent the video to all of y'all. So you telling me seeing a female cop getting beat up by trying to stop a shoplifter who probably had about $30 worth of stuff on him. It made your day to see the cop get knocked out and to see the man get away with stealing deodorant and aspirin and estrogen pills. That made your day. When you go to the store next time and you got to pay more because the people in there shoplifting like crazy, that makes your day. Somebody got enough strength to knock a cop out. Well, they get in the ring and make some money. That takes work. That takes discipline. That takes commitment. They're not going to do that. But y'all know when that person get caught, they're going to take him behind the building. You know, after his trial, when everybody forget about him, they're going to take him behind the building. Or maybe down a solitary and beat the crap out of him. Y'all know it. So who wins? I don't know, Leah. I don't know why I said that. Okay, can you explain why? You say right now a female Becky Cop is on trial for murdering Dante White. Okay, but even if I follow your logic, that wasn't the Becky that got knocked out. That was a minority, knocked out by a minority. He must have saw something I didn't see. Hold on a second. Y'all see that on y'all screen? That's not a Becky. That's a black woman, and she looked like she in her 50s. That might be a grandma. No, she got NYPD on her. That's a cop. That's a black woman. I got the video on the screen. I was already on top of it. Let's start it again. Man. Let's watch it in slow mo. Boosh! That's somebody's grandma. Boosh! She hit her head on the ground. Anybody that watch boxing, the UFC. Oh, I got it in slow motion. Let me take it out. Put it back on normal. We get to the next. Here we go. Why are you happy that a female cop got knocked out? You said I'm gonna do the same thing when the supermarket shelves run dry. You think the Delta variant is that strong that it's gonna make people? There ain't no shortage of jobs right now. It's a shortage of people looking for one. That's the one thing I forgot to bring in. Yep, I sure did. Ah, give me 1 second, y'all. I don't know what the heck I was thinking now.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Rodero, the one man show. I'm back with another track. But not through. Can you feel alive? I said, can you feel that? Oh, yeah. Nice to know. Oh, Lord, I'm not worthy of you, Lord, because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I keep stumbling into the danger. I left myself back before a life of sin. Can you forgive me again? I'm on the flesh, but deep down I have a zest. I keep failing the devil. I mean, I'm not ready. My heart is heavy. I'm stuck in a state of confusion. I'm doing wrong. It's like a nightmare, but it's no illusion. My God, what's the solution? Is the pleasure of this world enough to make my faith unfurl and pass? I try to stay on the right path, but it never lasts. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. I feel like a marked man. I know you understand that this agony is part of your plan. Or am I just weak? How does the devil sneak inside and deprive my spirit? Jesus said he would never leave us. Why is he being quiet while I died and snatched in unclean acts? Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the rest of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. I'm making my plea. Jesus, can you help me? I'm not perfect on the outside. I seem righteous, but inside I'm fighting the battle of my life. I need someone to focus on, a child and wife. I got too much time on my hands. It's all about me. I'm free to do what I want. Whatever I feel with no repercussions. I get bored. My flesh and face start struggling. I get lonely. The followers at the church don't help. I'm around 100 people, but I'm still by myself, so it's easy to lower myself. I've been
I don't know. After that accident we showed a couple months ago,
Lord, you took my great grandma, my mother, bless her.
I wouldn't want to do that job.
So guidance in this cold, cruel world. The worst of all, you snatched my baby girl. That's when I was starting to appreciate fatherhood. And you won't send anybody good who I can marry, who can carry a child for me. I refuse to be a single missionary in another country, alone in a nation I don't know. But deep down, I feel that's where you want me to go. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. I don't understand my purpose when you unlike me and bring to the surface what you have in store for
I
me.
wonder, you
Is it
ignoring me?
ignoring me or is it the other way around? I know I'm stubborn, but your word says that a believer will from within change. And then that person won't want to sin while I'm really willing and able, waiting for you to the table, my special blessing is you are Christ, so do
Oh,
what you like. I give you full control of my soul. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the rest of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. Another hit from Bojero, one man show. Feel that. Hope this touches you in some way. I'm out.
one more time. One more time.
Stumbling into danger.
Hold on.
Then that person won't want to sin while I'm really willing and able, waiting for you to
Hold on.
deliver my special blessing is you are Christ. So do what you like. I give you full control of my soul. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the rest of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. Another hit from Bojero, one man show. Feel that. Hope this touches you in some way. I'm out.
Uh, 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 uh.
Praise God. No, it's
All right. Took a little music break there. Let's get back to our topic. It's on judgment. Do we have the right to judge other people? I told y'all what I thought, so let's see what the scholars say. Jesus' command not to judge others is one of the most widely quoted of his sayings, even though it is frequently quoted in disregard of its context. Here is Jesus' statement: do not judge, or you too will be judged. Matthew 7:1. Many people use this verse in an attempt to silence their critics, interpreting Jesus' meaning as, you don't have the right to tell me I'm wrong. Taken alone, Jesus' command, do not judge, does seem to preclude making negative assessments of others. However, there is much more to the passage than these three words. The Bible's command that we not judge others does not mean we cannot show discernment. Immediately after Jesus says, do not judge, he says, do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. Matthew 7:6. A little later in the sermon, he says, watch out for false prophets. By their fruit you will recognize them. Verses 15 and 16. How are we to discern who are the dogs and pigs and false prophets unless we have the ability to make a judgment call on doctrines and deeds? Jesus is giving us permission to tell right from wrong. So when you hear somebody say, you can't judge me, as I told you earlier, you can judge the behavior. But also Jesus said, do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. What does that mean? What does this mean? Very simply, if you judge your fellow man, you will be judged in the end. So if you don't think these people are worthy of you, you think they beneath you, you think they below you, why would you throw your salvation at them? Anybody following me? Why would you throw your salvation? Why would you throw away your chance for eternal life at pigs, at dogs? You know they're not doing right. They're not going nowhere. But you judging them is going to keep you from going too. So why would you throw your chance to go to paradise? Why would you throw it away on people you looking down on? You ain't trying to help them. You just want to put them down, make yourself feel better. Well, guess what? That's going to keep you from going. Hey, Ava J, I don't want y'all to miss this. How many times y'all been on YouTube and you go in the chat and you see 4 or 5 people in there and they jumping on somebody? That's 4 or 5 people you know going to get put in the furnace. That's 4 or 5 people you know going to be in baby hell burning on the coals. You want to go join them? Go right in the chat and join them. You see a bunch of hens sitting around gossiping, talking about somebody that's trying to do something. Hey, always here come, always talking that positive stuff. Oh, Lord. What he carrying now? Probably got something for the homeless. I don't know why he waste some time. Them people ain't no good. What is it that he like about trying to help people? They ain't trying to do nothing. They trash. You throwing away your chance for salvation. You can't get in with that attitude. You can't. You can't say you walk with Jesus and God. Jesus and God wouldn't do that. Ava J says, what am I talking about? I'm talking about judging people. There's Nia again, sliding in. You can infer by the behavior. Because if they doing it in the YouTube chat, what are they doing in their real life? You can infer from the behavior. It is like you slid your comment and you slid it in. You always try to defend somebody, but you don't get the full statement. You can go off somebody's behavior. People show you who they are when you look. You just got to look. Not just listen, but look at what they do. I can tell you I'm the king of the world. People who don't know me, they'll, huh? People who do know me, man, he's full of stuff. He ain't no king of the world. He ain't king of nothing. There was a lady that came and knocked on my door and said that she was from BG&E. And she said that there's a suitcase going on. It's a group case with people that were overcharged. And she was trying to get me to join the lawsuit. And she asked me to get a copy of my bill. I said, well, there ain't nothing of value that she could snatch real quick. So I went and got a copy of the bill. Before I gave it to her, I asked her a question. I said, can I see some ID? She showed me something. I said, that's not the same kind of badge that the BG&E man had when he come. She said, well, I'm from a different department. I said, well, can you give me a number where I can call in and see if anybody knows you? And she gave me a number. And a teenager answered the number. Now I have to use my level of discernment. BG&E's not hiring no teenagers. So I called BG&E myself and I said, do you have employees going around talking about a class action lawsuit? And they said no. I told the scammer, you got 2 seconds to get from in front of my door. And she went and knocked on the door across the hall. I use my level of discernment. Something didn't seem right. And I wasn't mean until I found out she was a scammer. But I looked, got all the evidence I could. A lot of times you only have seconds. You got to look at the evidence and use your level of common sense, logic, and use it to discern. Those of you that watched the show, a week later, a man came back. And he thought because he had on the construction. You know the workers had that orange and yellow construction jacket on. I asked him, let me see his badge. He didn't have one. I said, sir, you need to get from front of my door. Oh, I left it at home. Well, come back when you got it. He ain't been back. I use my level of discernment. You know, Bobcat says if it was a genuine class action, an attorney would have written to you. See, the scam didn't make no sense. But they think if you tell American people you can get some money, hey, well, come on in, talk to me. I got a phone call today. Lady said, did you know if you want Medicare Part A and B, I can get you in a program that's going to give you back $5,000 a year. Now, y'all know we ain't been through the programs. And we picked the best one, right? It starts on the first. So I asked the lady, I said, well, how's that going to happen? She said, well, you sign up with this program. I asked what the name of the program was. And I had, I had both the phones. So I went on and Googled it. I said, ma'am, this program you talking about don't give you nothing. It's going to make you pay more. What are you talking about? No, it won't. You get free co-pays. You get transportation to your doctor's appointments. They give you $5,000 back a year. And I asked you again, I said, man, what's the name of the program? She said, it's Care First Advantage. I said, I'm on that. They don't do that stuff. I'm getting the hell off of it. And she held the phone up. Somebody was trying to get you to sign up for the program. I'm trying to get the heck off. So if she was legit, she would have known I was already on that program. You got to use your level of discernment. I got a phone call from the Social Security Administration. I told y'all about this. I said, Social Security? He said, yes. He said, what's your name? I said, Jack London. Jack London, how can I help you? You benchode. You're American benchode. I said, you been colluded. He on the phone now. I called him a Ben colluded. He on the phone up. I was mad. I had about 6 other insults in Hindi to insult him with. I was kind of mad. Mother chode, Ben chode, Ben colluded. I was going to tell him, instead of a lung, he had a shoot. I let y'all use your imaginations. All right, y'all. Look like we got another one of them bots. Daggone shame. All right, let me go to Chrome real quick. Let's go ahead and take out this bot. They just gonna keep sending them. But that's the way the devil usually works. He tries to weigh you down. If I just keep hitting them, he's just gonna quit. And I'll get my way. Don't work with me. You make me angry. And instead of getting violent or stupid. I just take that anger and use it in a positive way. So let's scroll down here. Wait a minute, I made a mistake. Wait a minute, I made a mistake. Let me open another window. All right. I blanked this computer. I sure hope that I'm on here. Yeah, eBay Life from Minister Bo Dirt. There you go. And you still messed up. That's not what we wanted. You can go back. Hit your channel. I'm sorry, y'all. I got so many windows open. Okay. Let's find the show. Let's mute it. All right. Now, where they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did the bot go? Can we do the timestamps? All right, so 9:59. Ah. Bobcat says I deleted. You know what? I'm doing it the hard way. I'm doing it the hard way. Hold on a sec. Let's get rid of that. Hold on a second, y'all. Let's scroll down. And scroll down. And what is it? It's in capital letters. VOG dot space FYI. Okay? Hit enter. Now, so they don't come back again. Do VOG dot F. Oh, I messed up. VOG. Wait a minute. Hold on. VOG dot FYI. Right? Hit enter. Now let's remove that one. And VOG. That dot there. Yeah. VOG dot space FYI. And hit enter. All right. Now save. All righty, y'all. I apologize for that. But I took care of Miss Elena Reed. So did you block her? Let's get out of here. You heard of Chewbacca from Star Wars. Well, Miss Elena Reed, you block her. You blocked out of here. And not only did we block your name, we also took care of your little link. You can't post it again. And if you try to, because you had a space in it, we put it with the space and without the space. Now you got to go to work because you're going to try and slide the next one in. Now you're scrambling. Now you got to come up with another one. We making you work. Christians make the devil work. We put him to work. We put him to work. Y'all don't know what I went through today. Y'all talked me out of getting that hammer last night. I should have got it. I don't know what these walls made out of, but when you try to put a nail in, it's hard at first, and then when you get halfway in, it crumbles. So are the walls made out of plaster? Is that plaster, Bobcat? They sent me the hook today. It came with no screws. Now, I didn't get it used, and I didn't pick it out. I had to go through. If y'all ever seen, the desk, it's so many parts from me mounting stuff on the bikes. It's so many parts on it. It's literally so many different parts on it. And I scrounged it. Every nut, bolt, and screw that I tried, I had to use a pair of pliers as a hammer. Nothing will go in the wall and stay. So trying to screw something in ain't gonna work. So tomorrow, when we go to the market, we're gonna have to get some Gorilla tape or some duct tape. I'm just gonna use that as a layer for them shelves because the screws are not gonna stay in the wall. The screws are not gonna stay in the wall. After you get through that first quarter of an inch, it loosen up and stuff come flying out the wall. Yeah, it was cheap. Well, in the studio, it's paneling over top of that. Just on this wall and that wall. The rest of the walls is like that. Now, the good news is the shelving that we ordered, it come with screws and it come with adhesive tape. And it worked best with smooth walls. And we do have smooth walls. Nia said you have to locate the studs. Somebody said, Mud Dog said something about that. Well, the people that lived here before, they had screws in the wall. Oh, I was hanging up the zapper. Y'all don't know how much work I did, but I was able to pull 3 screws out the wall. It wasn't hard. The last one was hard. It was so high up, and I had to hold it between my fingers, and I had to hit it with the pliers, and at the same time with these fingers, I had to hold up the hook. I'll show y'all what I mean. Some of the things that I go through is ridiculous. Wait a minute, first. Hold on. Cat got back in the litter box again. Just won't let it stay clean. Hold on, y'all. I got a lot of pictures here. You know, I've heard that phrase before. You got to find a stud. How do you find a stud? All right. Then go to downloads. Okay. Open. All right. Now, we ran this computer out today. Stop screen sharing. Screen share. This is the zapper. I wanted it to sit out from the wall. If y'all look, y'all can see the holes of where I tried. One right there, one right there. Even if it's small, when you get halfway in, the whole thing widen up. But this is the hook right here. I wanted it to hang. Now I fixed that. That wire, that cord not hanging down. But I wanted it to be above the electronic device. I want them to work together. Now this is what I wound up, because I had two hangers hanging down on a screw that was already there. And look at all the plaster. Oh, Nia said I was pounding in the drywall. Look at all the plaster. Look at all the screws I tried. And using a pair of pliers. But I wanted to get these boxes out the way because I didn't want, gnats or flies or whatever to hit the box and go a different way. And therefore not go through. I just wanted to show you all the wall. Now, believe it or not, that screw ain't there no more. We actually had to use that screw. Now, if y'all look, I got a screw here, right? But I got two screws here. I had to bang another screw in. So it's actually two screws. Y'all see that? It's actually two screws. It's two screws there. 1, 2. And y'all can see the holes. Holes there, hole there, hole there, hole there, hole there, hole there, a hole right there. Well, I wish somebody would have told me that. I wouldn't have spent 3 hours messing with that. But I got it up. Hook, nook, or by crook. Tomorrow, the shelves come. And for those of y'all that wasn't here, why did we have to order shelving? For my 5.1 speakers, I got this one on the closet door. This is the left rear. No, wait a minute. Yeah, that's the left. I know you're not throwing up. You stop eating so much, you pig. You just went in the daggone litter box and you're throwing up. Shucks. You just got to rub my shoulder on you. You nasty buzzard. Gotta do something to throw the daggone neck. Gotta do it. Stand where you don't relax your nerves and sit down somewhere. Don't understand. And you ain't slick. This is the extension cord that we use to charge the bikes up, the stuff on the bikes up with. You knew what you were doing when you threw up on it. You know exactly what you was doing. That's why I call you a nasty heifer. You do it on purpose. But that's all right. We're gonna put that bleach spray on there. Whatever we just did in the litter box. Put some bleach spray on that. Nasty. I'll give you so much you won't have a problem. All right, get out of here. Okay, just rub this shit. Look at you, still eating. Piglet. You're a piggy wiggy. And I'm saying that based on what you do. Well, that's the way we were raised, Ava. Well, to me, it's a mixed bag. But I don't ask much from her. It doesn't seem like she can do. See how they sitting on all these boxes? I want to throw these boxes out. Well, not that one. That's a Swifter. There's still good Swifters in there. But the rest of these can go in the trash. You know, if you have a bunch of boxes, you know, insects like to make homes in them. Look at this one. I want to get rid of these boxes. Looks tacky. Awesome. And this is the one on the right. Like I said, you know, it wasn't my idea. But she's here now. And she's been here this long. You know? So we got these shells. And they have a video. When I can pause that corny music before we get flagged. Hey, I just realized something. Wait a minute. Y'all see what they just did? They drilled the hole and then put those things in. What they call them things with these sleeves? See? And they also come with holders. So I'm gonna try to do both. And then I wanted to put a layer. I wanted to put a layer across the top. So I wanted to put the speakers on these shelves. And this was the zapper. If I had that many bugs at one time, I'd move. I lie to you. God damn, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. If I if I had that many bugs, I, I will move. No, the sermon ain't over. And then this is what you saw me trying to hook up the the hook. See, it's really a plant holder. Y'all see it's 15 inches long. I wanted the zapper to extend out. No, the sermon ain't over. I'm gonna get back to it in a second. Just got distracted, that's all. I figured out what the problem is. Right now, we just letting what got in here die off. And we got the surrender coming tomorrow. We've been doing a good job of keeping up with the litter box. We got the toilet fixed. That's where they were really living at. But now we keeping the litter box clean, and I'm actually changing the litter every 3 days. Matter of fact, I might want to order some more. I still got a whole bag. I still got a bag and a quarter. I might order another bag. So now they really don't have no home. But by me keeping the lid down on the toilet seat, and I spray the shower, the inside and the outside of the toilet, the bathroom sink, and the kitchen sink. I spray that all with bleach water. So they only have two sources of water. I got a tin of bleach water sitting on top of the microwave and Davy's water. That's why the zapper extends out over her water bowl. It's a trap. The only way they can get some water is to go to her water bowl. And hopefully, when they fly to it or when they fly up, they hit the zapper. That's the plan. Hit the zapper. Now, we got rid of if they had any eggs in the litter box, we got rid of. I cleaned the whole litter box out yesterday, so anything that was in there is washed up. Anything that they had hidden in the toilet is locked in. Chung Lee told me about the upper rim of the toilet. I cleaned that up. Like I said, it is very that they don't really have no place to go. Now, they don't say nothing. They don't say nothing, Neil. They're like, whatever is whatever. So what you want is control, and we got control. But like I said, it's a couple, it's a couple spots that I haven't discovered because I'm still seeing one or two a day. So either they hiding in the windows or was in a closet or cabinet or whatever. We trying to get them out the way. But we got them under control. I'm pretty good at I'm pretty good at killing them. And like I said, I think we got 99.9% of them. But like once or twice a day, I'll see one, and so it's a matter of getting them out. One thing about them gnats, they can hatch. They reproduce quickly, so we just try and take them out. Um, I found out that I was opening the kitchen window up, and I had just opened the window, and I put the chicken on, and I went to go flip it, and I watched a fly come out the curtain. He saw me and tried to go back. It was too late. So now we don't open the window up, so I haven't seen a fly in 2 days. So the flies were still they were getting it's some kind of hole in the screen. And I was noticing in that corner of that window, in that far corner, that's where I was keeping the mop and the brooms at. So I washed the mop heads and the broom heads. I washed them all in bleach. And then I cleaned that area out and I left the mop heads in the I left them sitting in the toilet, but not down, but up with the mop heads up. I kept them in the bathtub in the corner, and I noticed. I walked in one day and I saw two gnats trying to go in, and they kept coming back out. They were going in. See, they was expecting to smell something, and it was bleach, and they were just sitting there looking stupid. So I got the spray bottle and sprayed them. One of them flew out the bathroom and went right into the zapper, and I got the other one. And like I said, I had kept the toilet seat down, and I had put some sprayed some bleach water in there. And when I came back to check, it was a gnat in there, and it was so weak, and I hit it and knocked it back down, and then I flushed it. I hit it with my hand, knocked it back down. How weak it was because it was trapped in there with the bleach water. You couldn't do nothing. It couldn't do nothing, and I flushed it before I lifted the tub up, so he avoided getting took it down the drain. But he was so exhausted he couldn't do nothing. So I went on and flushed him, and I saw one gnat sitting next to the toilet, like he wanted to go down in where that crack used to be at, but it's sealed up now. He just was sitting there looking stupid. I went on and swatted him with my hand. Like, sorry, your children are either trapped underneath the ring or I killed them. So that's why right now we waiting for the surrender because by thoroughly cleaning back there, I took up a lot of the bulk acid that I had back there. So I'm gonna put the surrender back there, and that's gonna be the game changer. I'm gonna clean this whole building out. I'm gonna clean the whole building out. But no, I never heard anybody say anything. But like I said, you can complain and you can get to work, and we got to work. Yeah, I know the zapper was overkill, but hey, Somebody want me to have it. I think it's kind of cute. but but it's caught about 7 so far. But like I said, summertime, man, it was hundreds of them outside. But the past couple days, it's been in the mid 50s to 60s, so that's pretty warm. They really come out in the warm weather, so we'll see. But y'all notice y'all ain't seen me had to do this, and you ain't seen me getting up. I had to get up and get her throw up. Why you over there by that boric acid? Huh? I'm gonna give you another bath tonight. I gotta say, since I found her brush and I've been brushing her coat looks a lot better. But like I said, I'm trying not to put too much into this place because, like I told you, I wasn't supposed to be here this long. Baby, go sit down. I played with you earlier today. Go relax your nerves. Go ahead. Go find something to do. You bored? I'm not gonna pet you all day. Th- That's why somebody suggested I get a cat. A dog you gotta play with. Y'all supposed to be independent. And you still won't keep bugging me, and I'm telling you, leave me alone. Go find something to do. I thought cats were independent. They're supposed to do their own thing. Cat wants so much attention. And you don't come right back. You go sit down. You don't come right back. Go sit down. Why don't you play with your toys? You got plenty of toys to play with. No, you're going right over there to get something to eat. That's all you want to do is eat. Mm. Let's get back to the sermon, y'all. I forgot. Well, the object was the minute something on the first floor opened up. Didn't I tell you to go sit down? Why are you coming back? The devil only sending you in here so that people feel sorry for you. We do this every night for 3 years, going on 4 every night. I don't care if you are animal. You ain't stupid. You know what we do every night. When I leave out of here, you know I bring the bags up and then I bring up the bike, and you still at the daggone door. I almost hit you with it every time I come in both times. We've been here since February. You didn't do this at the old place. I'll play with her when we get off the air. When I get off here, I go in there and cook. I'm gonna clean out her litter box, whatever she just did in it. Sweep and mop the floor. clean up everything so we're not attractive to something that want to come up in here and crash and have a party. But I played with her today. I played with her for a whole hour today. All right, let's get back to the sermon. Jesus' command not to judge others is one of the most widely quoted of his sayings, even though it is frequently quoted in disregard of its context. Here's Jesus' statement: do not judge, or you too will be judged. Matthew 7:1. Many people use this verse in an attempt to silence their critics, interpreting Jesus' meaning as, you don't have the right to tell me I'm wrong. And you hear people saying defiantly, you can't judge me. I might be on crack. My children might not have no food. You can't judge me. Get out my face. Only God can judge me, not you. They're taking that out of context, which is something that human beings tend to do. Take something and change the meaning to fit the meaning that you need at that moment. I used this example before. Parents will tell their daughter, I don't want you to leave this house tonight. But the parents will come downstairs at 1 in the morning and they'll see the girl out on the front porch with a bunch of boys around. And the parents will get angry and come out and tell them, didn't I tell you not to leave the house? And the child will say, I'm on the porch. That's still part of the house. You said don't leave the house. The porch is part of the house. You didn't say don't go outside the house. You said don't leave the house, and I'm still on a part of the house. So I did not break your law. Then the parent will say, you know what I meant. You weren't supposed to come outside the house. Ah, but you didn't say that. Now, if you would have specifically said that, then I would have been obligated to stay inside the house. And in my household, she would have got slapped across the lips and told to go up to her room and would have told her male friends, get the heck off the front porch before I call the police or run inside and get something. That's what happened in my household. Don't know about yours. I thought they were independent, Nia. So, taking alone Jesus' command, do not judge, seems to preclude making negative assessments of others. However, there's much more to the passage than those three words. The Bible commands that we not judge others, does not mean we cannot show discernment. Immediately after Jesus said, do not judge, he says, do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. Matthew 7:6. A little later in the same sermon, he says, watch out for false prophets. By their fruits you will recognize them. Verse 15 and 16. How are we to discern who are the dogs and the pigs and the false prophets unless we have the ability to make a judgment call on doctrines and deeds. Jesus has given us permission to tell right from wrong. So, as I said before, you don't have the ability to judge somebody as a person. That's for Jesus and God to do on Judgment Day. You don't have the right to tell somebody you ain't gonna never be nothing. You gonna be a loser just like your daddy. You gonna be spending the rest of your life in jail. We have to treat each other with respect. Even if they're killers or rapists or child molesters, we still have to treat them as human beings, as many gods. But, and here's the but, there's always a catch. There's an old phrase that says, hate the sin, don't hate the sinner. And that covers what I just said. You can hate what somebody does, but you shouldn't hate the person doing it. Somebody might mistreat you because you shorter than everybody else, you fatter than everybody else, you skinnier than everybody else. You should hate the behavior. You shouldn't hate the person. See, God's going to get them in the end when it counts. They're here and now. A day to God is 1,000 days. To us, it's one day, 24 hours. To God, it's 1,000. So when you think about the fact that we average 80 years on this earth, to God, that's like a day. But in those 80 years, we're going to encounter a lot of human beings who mean to do us wrong. No matter how angry their actions make you, you got to remember you still have to love the person. Y'all have seen me beef with people on YouTube. I can't honestly tell you that I hate any of them. I've forgiven each and every one of them. I don't like their attitudes. I don't like what they do. That's why I don't watch their shows. Because, see, I'm not going to let them take my salvation. Because, see, if I know you ain't got no chance of continuing on, why am I going to spend my life hating on you so that I don't get to continue on either? If the things you do make you seem less than what God expects, why am I going to become less than what God expects by worrying about you? Or that marinate. If you see somebody and they out there acting a damn fool, and after they finish acting a damn fool, whatever they doing, they happen to come up to you and say, "Hey, what's going on? Get away from me, you crazy fool! They didn't see that stuff you doing. Get away from me." Yeah. See, Jesus and God don't like that. Because even though that guy was acting a fool, you supposed to know better. You supposed to be able to carry yourself better than him. Because if he come up to you and say hi and you act the fool, what's different than him acting the fool? You just let what he did make you act like a fool. So if God's going to judge him for acting the fool, he's going to judge you for acting the fool. That's why you got to just let it go. Because if you don't let it go, it's going to pull you under. So you're going to give your salvation, and these are not my words, these are Jesus' words, not mine. You're going to give your salvation to Doug's. You're going to give your salvation to pigs. Now you know in the Hebrew, to the Hebrews, the pig is the lowest thing. What's lower, fly or pig? You're going to give your salvation to people who you know got no chance of it. Why you want to join them in the furnace? You can still be hospitable, but just tell them, hey, the things you do, I can't be around you when you're doing that. I can't. I invited you over here for dinner. Why did I find your drug needles on the table? Suppose one of the kids had found it. Hey, you taking them prescription pills. You left them right there on the countertop. Didn't even put the cap on them. Suppose one of the kids or one of the animals had knocked it over and had ate one of them. You can correct without ignorance. You can correct. I know you had something on your mind. I don't know what was going on with you, but this behavior is not acceptable. If you're going to come through here, and I don't mind you coming through here, but please respect the other people that's in this house. Have respect so we can respect you. The behavior is not acceptable. That's how you correct somebody. Not smart comments, not acting like you better than them. I don't believe you did that. Were you raised by monkeys? Nia said strays, strays and female are BDS, not pets. Oh, I ain't get the false prophets yet. If you going, you listen to somebody and you know they telling you a bunch of hockey, but everybody else is going along with it, and then you wait till everybody leave and then go find somebody else. I don't believe the mess that man was talking. People sit there and was agreeing with it. It was the biggest bunch of horse pocky I ever said. Well, did you say anything? Oh no, 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 I didn't say that. No, 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 no. But man, he must be evil. And them people that listen to him, they must really be stupid. You're judging them. You are judging. If you would have said, hey, what the man was saying is not correct, and so I chose to leave. He seemed to be a nice guy. The people in there seem to be nice, but I can't follow that doctrine. It's incorrect. And so I walked away. That's discerning. Do y'all see the difference? How come y'all won't comment on the sermon, but y'all commenting on the cat? Let's continue on. Jesus has given us permission to tell right from wrong. Later, we are told to gently confront erring brothers or sisters in Christ. Galatians 6:1. We are to practice church discipline. Matthew 18-15. We are to speak the truth in love. Ephesians 4:15. Elsewhere, Jesus gives a direct command to judge. Stop judging by mere appearance. I said that earlier. Hey, but instead judge correctly. Here we have a clue as to the right type of judgment versus the wrong type. Taking this verse and some others, we can put together a description of the wrong types of judgment. All right, so let's see if they disagree with what I say. Scroll up here. Wrong types of judgment. Superficial judgment is wrong. Passing judgment on someone based solely on appearance is wrong. John 7:24. It is foolish to jump to conclusions before investigating the facts. Oh, I said that. Proverbs 18:13. Simon the Pharisee passed judgment on a woman based on her appearance and reputation, but he could not see that the woman had been forgiven. Simon just through Jesus' rebuke for his unrighteous judgment. Luke 7:36-50. Hypocritical judgment is wrong. Jesus' command not to judge others in Matthew 7:1 is preceded by comparisons to hypocrites, Matthew 6:2, 5, and 16, and followed by a warning against hypocrisy, Matthew 7:3-5. When we point out the wrongdoing of others while we ourselves err in the same way, we condemn ourselves. Ah. No, but you also asked me, is the sermon over? You can scroll up and see that. And we got back to the sermon, and nobody has commented on the sermon. That's all I said. Nobody's commented. Y'all are still talking about the cats. Hypocritical judgment is wrong. Jesus' command not to judge others in Matthew 7:1 is preceded by comparisons to hypocrites and followed by a warning against hypocrisy. When we point out the wrongdoing of others while we ourselves err in the same way, we condemn ourselves. Harsh, unforgiving judgment is wrong. We are always to be gentle toward everyone. Titus 3:2. It is the merciful who will be shown mercy. Matthew 5:7. And as Jesus warned, in the same way you judge others, you also will be judged. And with the measure you used, it'll be measured on you. Matthew 7:2. Self-righteous judgment is wrong. We are called to humility, and God opposes the proud. James 4:6. The Pharisee in Jesus' parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector was confident in his own righteousness and from that proud position judged the publican. However, God sees the heart and refused to justify the Pharisee's sin. So let's take a look at James 4:6. but he gives more grace. Therefore, it says, God opposes the proud, but give grace to the humble. Oh, that's a whole nother article. Say that for no day. Untrue judgment is wrong. The Bible clearly forbids bearing false witness. Proverbs 19:5. Slander no one. Titus 3:2. The full body of the scripture should be carefully examined for comprehensive meaning and understanding of judging others. Yet, even with a biblical understanding, judging others, especially as a church leader, is a slippery slope. Do they have a search on here? I like to find an article on that. Mhm. Let me see. Or just the picture. Give me that link. Copy it. Paste. Oh no! I put in the wrong thing. Made a boo boo. We'll check this out real quick. It's very easy to be confused when you hear that Christians are to judge, not, but also to discern and judge what is truth. Jesus told us to look at our own sin before judging someone else. The Bible tells us we are to confront other sins with truth and love with respect. Matthew 7:15. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it'll be measured to you. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when all the time there's a plank in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Oops, went too far down. Do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. He also told them this parable: Can the blind lead the blind? Will they not both fall into a pit? The student is not above the teacher, but everyone who is fully trained will be like their teacher. Why do you look at the speck? We already saw that. What about that? John chapter 8, 1 to 8. But Jesus went to the Mount of Olives. At dawn, he appeared again in the temple courts, where all the people gathered around him, and he sat down to teach them. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees brought in a woman caught in adultery. They made her stand before the group and said to Jesus, "Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. In the law, Moses commanded us to stone such women. Now, what do you say?" They were using this question as a trap in order to have a basis for accusing Jesus. But Jesus bent down and started to write on the ground with his finger. When they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, "Let any of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." Again, he stooped down and wrote on the ground. I could have showed the rest of it. But anyway, he came up the second time. Everybody was gone. Let me take a look at the chat real quick. Nia said the comment was made at 10:41. I'm behind on the comments. Now see, Nia just did what I told you the girl did with her parents. The question I asked was, y'all asked me was the sermon over, but nobody has commented on the sermon. And you said that was 10:41 and it is 11:07 and I still don't have one comment on the sermon. Nobody has made a comment or said anything about the topic. That was what I asked. How come nobody's commenting on the sermon? Y'all asked me what the sermon over. We went back to it and there ain't been one comment. See how you try to, you try to knit and pick. There's not one comment about our topic. That was the question I asked. Do others as you would have them do to you. If you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners love those who love them. And if you do good to those who are good to you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners do that. And if you lend to those from whom you expect repayment, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners expecting to be repaid in full. But love your enemies, do good to them, and lend to them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great, and you will be children of the Most High, because He is kind to the ungrateful and wicked. Be merciful, just as your Father is merciful. A lot of people, I used to go to church, they hated that part. Brothers and sisters, do not slander one another. Anyone who speaks against a brother or sister or judges them speaks against the law and judges it. When you judge the law, you are not keeping it, but sitting in judgment on it. There is only one lawgiver and judge, the one who is able to save and destroy. But you, who are you to judge your neighbor? 6 people got killed at the Amazon plant. You are correct, Nia. And we went back to the sermon, and nobody has commented on the sermon. And I ask again, does anybody have any questions or any points to bring up? Ava says, I don't judge anybody. Well, Ava, it's really a hard thing to do, but you have to learn how to have a balance. You see somebody doing something that you know is wrong, and your first instinct is to go jump on them. But jumping on them is going to put them in a defensive position, and they're going to respond with anger, with resistance, maybe even violence. But if you lovingly say, hey, you know that's not right. You know what you're doing is not right. You know it. At some point in growing up, you were taught that that is not right. Why are you doing it? Now you got them on the spot. Two things going to happen. They're going to give you a bunch of excuses, or they're going to flee. If they stay and give you a bunch of excuses, then you got the opportunity to school them on how they better can handle the situation. And you can do it in a nice way. You don't have to put them down and just correct them. And maybe it'll stick. But if you attack them, they're going to attack you back. And they'll continue to do the same thing. Tristan says only God can judge. Man offers opinions. Tristan asks Nia to expound on the topic. Nia says, if you judge or condemn someone else, you stand to be judged or condemned according to the same standards. Do not judge unsympathetically or hypocritically. Nice, Nia. Ava J says, and the Bible tells us to mind our own business. Ava might have opened up a can of worms on that one. Are you your brother's keeper? If you see somebody doing something wrong, and because it don't affect you yet, you mind your own business. I don't know if y'all ever seen the first Spider-Man movie, the first recent one. I think it came out in the 2000s. It had the guy Tobey Maguire, whatever his name was. He had got his powers, and he would go down to the fights, and he would get in there and beat everybody up and get paid. The owner shorted him on his money. And when Peter, Spider-Man, was leaving, Peter Parker. He saw the owner being hassled by somebody. He had superpowers. He could have stepped in. But because the man didn't pay him his money, he said, ah, and the man got robbed. The man was coming out of the arena, and Peter Parker's father was coming to the arena to pick him up, and he ran into the robber, and his father wound up getting shot and died. If Peter hadn't minded his business and had took care of that thug, his father would still be alive. And that's the reason he became a superhero. Now I know it's a cartoon. I mean, it was a movie, but it's a good example. Are we each other's keeper? If I see something going on and I can stop it and I don't, and whatever I could have stopped causes somebody to get hurt, am I accountable? If I see two masked men break into an apartment downstairs, well, they ain't breaking into my apartment, and I go on upstairs and don't say nothing. I come home the next day, they broke into my apartment. I could have called the police and had them guys stopped before they even got the apartment downstairs. Now they got that apartment. Now they got my apartment. And if I don't say nothing, they'll probably come back and get the apartment across the hall for me. He says, in today's world, you better mind your own business. Well, says who? You supposed to apply your doctrine onto what would Jesus do? Would Jesus mind his own business? But Tristan, why do they feel confident that they can come back and try to kill me and won't nobody do nothing? Why are they confident that they could do that? Why are they confident that they can break in people's houses and nobody gonna say nothing? It's because we don't say nothing. That's why they confident. That's why they confident about snatching your daughter and selling her into bondage. That's why they confident about dealing drugs on your block. Ain't nobody saying nothing. That's why they confident about selling drugs in the school. Ain't nobody saying nothing. As long as nobody says nothing, they can do whatever they want to do, including, as you say, come back and kill you. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing. Take out their phone and say World Star. As long as you keep putting your head in the sand and acting like ain't nothing going on, eventually it's gonna come back to you. And if not you, somebody you care about. The people do have the power to correct, but we not together. We are divided. Everybody mind their own business. As you said, mind your own business. That's why I asked, are we each other's keeper? If I see something going on and I don't say nothing, and then my neighbor becomes a victim of that same thing, when I could have said something, maybe my neighbor wouldn't have been the victim. And then the next neighbor be the victim. Then the person on the next block be the victim. No, the person on that block is the victim next. Then the next block, they make their way over there. Victimize 3 more people. When we don't say nothing, we give the go ahead. You know, we give the go ahead for evil to keep running. We don't even give God a chance to help us out because we don't do nothing. That's not being a busybody. If you're seeing something go down, you should report it. If you can't do nothing about it yourself, I'm not saying go up there and take a punch at a drug dealer. But if you see something going down, you can call the police. They got hotlines where you can call in and say, hey, I saw what happened. It was Jerome from down the block, you know. Well, if we actually taught our daughters to stay away from people who do crime instead of glorifying it, if we stop buying the rap records and stop going to see the movies that glorify street crime, there wouldn't be much of it. The youth don't have values. Oh, I beg to disagree, Mr. McGregor, because I can tell you right now, every day, me and my sister are less than a year apart. Like 11 months and 11 months and 26 days I'm older than she is. So we was always at the same school. So our little brother used to go to daycare during the day, and so we would drop him off and then go to school. And then on the way home, we would walk up, pick him up, and then we'd all walk home. Well, my sister got a mouth on her, and apparently she tipped off some girl in the class, and the girl had her 2 sisters. When we got halfway to the daycare, we was right there on the busy corner, Emerson Avenue and Allendale. Y'all can Google it. Emerson Avenue and Allendale. I'm not sure if it's Allendale Street or Allendale, but it was Emerson and Allendale. It's a on one side of the intersection, it's a boutique or something. My memory serves me. I know it's a hair salon if it's still there. The way things are boarded up nowadays, but you come from out the school. I believe it's 204, and it's a high-rise building, senior building. But you come out on the Emerson Avenue, and it's a big street. It's actually one, two, three, and then one. It's 6 lanes, so it's a 6 lane road. It's also Route 40, but it's Emerson Avenue at that point, and it's residential. But then it goes out into a highway, but it's residential. And they jumped us. I managed to wriggle free, and I went under a car and came out the other side. So now I'm standing in the street. My slingshot fell out my pocket. So that was my weapon. So I rolled up to the first person I saw, and I shoved her. And then I shoved one of the big sisters and knocked both of them down because they went to Edmondson, which is further up the road. But they got out earlier than we did. So she was able to, had them waiting for the setup. The other one started chasing me. I ran out into the street and I ran up along the cars, and the cars are shoom, 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 flying down. And they were scared to get in the street and run, so that they couldn't catch me. My sister managed to get away, and we met back up at the daycare center. And I asked her, was she okay? She said, yeah. When you pushed the other two down, I ran, and the other girl was chasing you. She was scared to get in the street. Well, we had like 8 different ways to get home. We had 8 different ways to get home. And so we cut through the alleys and came through the woods, and we came back to Edgewood Street, and we came home. The next day, I went to walk to school, and it's a vacant lot, and you can Google it. It's a big vacant lot. And when you come out of it, it's a little alley. It's like one row of houses, maybe like 10 of them, and then the school property start. Well, I didn't know these girls were Mexican. And you don't mess with no Mexican because there ain't going to be no one when they come back. Well, God darn it must have been about 20 people. I said, uh-oh. Now, I was on the usher board, so I was standing there praying, how am I going to get out of this? Because it's just me. And I'm, 8 years old? What am I going to do against these adults? And so they said, is that him? And I had looked down, and the girl's knees was skinned up. I didn't know I had pushed her that hard. She had a dress on and had them long socks on. It didn't protect her knee and shins. They were both skinned up. I said, oh, man. And I was praying. And so I guess the person that was in charge said, yes, sir. What do you want to do? Go do what you want to do. I don't know if y'all ever watch AEW, but y'all know Orange Cassidy, how he do them kicks, where he just go up and be like, eh, eh. That's what she did to me. She came up and went, into my shins. And she said, I'm done. They said, "You sure, S.A.?" "Yeah, Poppy. Let's go." And they left me standing there without a scratch on me. If that ain't God, what is? But God gave me the strength to knock down a high schooler. And even though she was female, she was about 180 pounds. I wasn't but 70. But I took out two of the three. And when the girl came for her revenge, they didn't even do nothing. They was walking away. You brought us out here for that. I mean, we could. That ain't God helping out with this. How did I not get a scratch? Explain. How did I not get a scratch on me? At 8 years old, I took down my peer and skinned her up, and I knocked down a high schooler, put her down, and she didn't get back up. And the oldest girl was chasing me around the cars, trying not to get hit. I used to practice that running. I practiced how to run around the cars and how to actually be out there in the street and not get hit. And I was able to get away. But how did I? How come the oldest girl didn't come back? The other girl, the older girl that I pushed down, why wasn't she there? Don't y'all find that strange? The youngest girl had her knees and shins skinned up. The older girl was having a hard time getting back up. Why wasn't she there? What about the oldest one that was chasing me around all the cars and almost got hit and killed? Why wasn't she there? If that wasn't God, what was it? But I took the initiative. I could have sat there and let my sister got banked. It was other adults around, but they didn't do nothing. Somebody had to do something. And I was given just enough that my sister didn't get hurt. And the scratches on the girl's knees were only superficial. There was no bone damage, no skin damage. And the other girl was okay too. But had I not done anything, we could have been at the hospital. It would have been a 3-on-1. Two high schoolers and a middle schooler. I'm sorry, an elementary schooler against my 7-year-old sister. Well, I don't get involved in women fights. I would have just, you know, could have been like, well, you talk too much. You always trying to be friends with these people that don't care about you. Wait, see, how would that help while she in the hospital bed? I took it upon myself and put my own life at risk. But I walked away. I can give you another story. When I was going to the same school, there was another guy there, another student there. His name was Steve Jones. He looked just like me. People would confuse us. He looked just like me. Well, it was a couple days before school let out, and everybody we know was glad to get out of school, and people started running down the hallway, and apparently Steve Jones fell and hit and landed on the dude and pushed him down the steps. So I'm at the top of the stairs, they at the bottom of the stairs, so I don't know what's going on. People told me later, but I came down the steps, and the dude had got up, and he was like, "You pushed me down." I said, "No, I didn't. Just came down the steps." He said, "No, it was you." It wasn't me. It was Steve Jones. So the dude knew karate and I didn't. And we was cramped in that hallway. I really couldn't use my slingshot. I couldn't get no room, to stretch it out and aim, and I was doing the best I could. So 3 doors down from me, I used to talk to a girl. Her name it was Marianne or Marietta. Beautiful young girl. If we hadn't moved, I don't know. We probably would have got married. And we stepped forward and didn't get drunk and we lost the house. But anyway, she saw what was happening, and she had 3 brothers. One of them was lanky like JJ. The other 2 was built. They were athletes. You know the pretty girl always got big brothers. Y'all know that. I used to go over her house all the time. One time my father came home and said, "What are you doing in my daughter's room?" I said, "We just studying." But I was real cool because the dude reminded me of JJ from Good Times. So he saw what was going on and he intervened. And that should have been the end of it. But this boy lived right at the top of the alley. I told you it was only about 8 or 10 houses there. And he was the opening to come out on the side was right here, and the house was maybe like 20 feet up. This dude ran up to the house and came back with his sister and a dude, and they knew karate. And the guy that Mommy and JJ gave me his books. He said, "Go home and tell my brothers to come here." He gave me his books. So I ran, went and banged them. As I was starting to run away, I saw one of them do a spin kick on him. I said, "Oh Lord." I ran as fast as I could. And luckily the 2 brothers was home. And I don't know what happened because I never saw them again. And the dude never came back to school. I don't know what happened. But the place was vacant. That was a Friday. When I came back to school Monday, because I didn't see them again, and I didn't see the dude at school. I don't know what happened, but I know one thing: I didn't get touched. I know that I didn't get touched. I don't know what happened, and nobody would tell me. But I know somebody was watching out for me. That brother just happened to be walking along and saw me blocking karate kicks. I was like, "What the hell's going on? What are you doing, Dirk?" He could have kept right on walking. Nia says, "I ain't right." You right. At this stage, what does it have to? No, that's not. Ain't got nothing to do with judging. It got to do with the question that Tristan asked. He said, "What does God have to do with crime?" I was saying that if people stood up, crime wouldn't have breathing room to work. But because the good people who severely outnumber the bad people don't unite and do anything, don't stand up, too afraid, that's why crime is so rampant. I was answering his question. He said God don't have nothing to do with crime. You don't give God a chance to see what he can do. When you lay down for evil. That's just my opinion. You ain't got to agree with it. But that's not what I feel. I gave you two life examples. My first fight as a security guard, actually my second fight, the first fight, I was severely out of shape. Guess I've kind of deteriorated back. I was 340 something pounds. And I had been driving for 6 years, sitting on my butt, just driving things around, delivering things. I got into my first fight. And even in that shape, I still had a good accounting of myself. The only reason that we stopped was because one of his friends actually tried to stab me with a rusty steak knife. I don't know what that looked like something from the 60s, 50s. I ain't never seen a knife shaped like that, and it was old. Like somebody got it out the junkyard. Something from like Fat Albert's junkyard. I know if I would have got stabbed with that rust would have got my blood. I probably would have died right there. So I said, "All right, ho, let's stop." So we stopped. At that point, I started training. Every day I would get off work at 8 in the morning, and I would go down Druid Hill, and I would go around it twice. And they had like workstations, like where you could work out at, but I would beat them up. And then when I got over by 83, I would go in the woods and I would beat the trees up. Don't tell nobody. I knocked about five of them over. Don't shh. Don't nobody. I knocked about five of them over. Don't tell nobody. But the next fight came out the blue. It happened about 3 in the morning. The boss's wife was behind the register, and the boss was coming in and out. So this dude came in, and I had told my boss, it is for you to have this microwave in here, and you sell these canned goods like canned spaghettios and oodles and noodles. And I said, them bowl noodles. You make it hard to watch this place because you don't know who's got something and paid for it and didn't. But he was like, but we make good money doing it. It brings more people in here. I said, okay. It is what it is. I ain't the boss. So I see this dude, and this dude lived up the street. He was an older dude. He was like in his maybe 55, 55, 44. And this dude got high, but it wasn't crack. I don't know if he was on meth or something. But the dude came in and he had a bowl and he bought a thing of ravioli and he put it in there and put it in the microwave. Then when he thought nobody was looking, he went and got another one and put it in there. This is all over a can of ravioli. I need you to understand this. This is over a can of ravioli. So the dude come up to the register. He paid for the first one, and he was trying to leave. And I said, he didn't pay for that. Ring him up. He said, yes, I did. No, you didn't. You paid for one. You got two. So my boss came out. He looked in the trash can. He found two cans. So he told the dude, pay my wife for my product. And the dude sucker punched him. My boss is like 6'4", about 210 pounds. And this guy was probably about 5'9", 175 pounds. He hit my boss and he went down like a ton of bricks. And I saw the look in his wife's eyes. So the dude tried to leave. And that's when I went into action. I ran up and we squared up. And he swung, and I don't know if he landed or not because I started swinging. And I had the dude pinned up against the window because it kind of curves. And when you go up, you at the window. So he had no escape. And I kept hitting the dude. And when I got tired, I would bump him with my stomach and knock him back. And I would just unload again. And this dude was on something. I don't know what the hell he was on. But I hit this dude with about 50 punches. And this dude did not go down. So finally, I got tired of punching. I reached in, lifted the dude up, and suplexed him down. And there was a little ledge there, and they had a plastic trash can. It was about this wide, about this tall. It was flattened. This dude bounced right back up and tried to go through the door, and I tackled him. And I gave him that old football tackle where you tackle somebody from behind, and I had him up in the air. And when I brought him down, I made sure his back hit the crack of the sidewalk. When you step down off the curb, I made sure his spine hit the curb. And I jumped on his back, and I just started punching him in the back of his head. And this dude wasn't feeling nothing. And I had rings on. And I was hitting this dude, and the blood was pouring. This dude wasn't feeling nothing. When I say nothing, and my boss would come out there, he'd call the police, he would come out there and he would kick him every once in a while and come out there and stomp on him because he had sucker punched him. And I'm hitting the dude in the back of his head. And from watching, from we used to play the UFC. Me and my buddy used to play the UFC, so I knew how to pin somebody down. And I had, I was sitting on his back and I had my leg intertwined in his so he couldn't move. And I had my hands free and I was just hitting away. And all the dude could do was, so the police came and drew their guns. Our boss was like, no, on the ground. So the dude got locked up. And somehow he got out. How a junkie got out, I don't know. But he supposed to came back. So my boss was like, you need to get something. And he gave me a little thing of pepper spray. And my next fight, I went to use that thing and it didn't work. And so I went online. And that's how I started with the self-defense. I asked the police officer, what's the best thing I could use? And he said, you already got it, pepper spray. And then, I found the monkey fist and spike and, in my searches, but that's how it started. But even though I had only been training for 2 weeks, if that would have happened as the first fight, that dude would have got away. That dude would have got away. No, it wasn't the oodles noodles. It was the Chef Boyardee ravioli. I was working security. You gotta protect the property. But like you said, I could have not said nothing. And then the boss would have saw it on the camera and I might not have no job. Then the next fight happened. The pepper spray didn't work, but thankfully the front kick did. I wound up having, I think my record, I lost the first fight because I stopped it. So I lost it because I stopped it. But we never lost another one. I had death threats and everything. And I can tell you, was at that job for 8 years, working around hustle boys and junkies. I ain't getting not one scratch on me. That's God. It would have been so easy for one of them to go to the bushes, pick up a gun, and blow my head off. Because that's where they kept them at, in the bushes. To this day, I don't know how I survived it. And y'all saw me at the store the other day, not the last time, but the time before. I was unchaining the bike. Dude came up to me with dreads on, with dreadlocks. And he said, hey, I remember you. Yeah, you used to work security at the store. Y'all remember that conversation? That dude could have pulled out a gun and said, this is for what you did to my buddy. But I was always nice and fair and respectable. I was firm but consistent. And most of these young men have never been around men like that. Most of them have never been around men like that because they wasn't raised by men. If we could get more of that into the youth and bring back the honor code, it was certain things you didn't do. You didn't go up on somebody's porch if he was chasing them home. When they made it to their yard, you stopped at the fence if they had one. You didn't go shoot somebody while they was in the car. That's their car. That's their second home. You didn't do that when I was growing up. You didn't bother nobody's kids. You didn't sit there and put your hands on grandma or grandpa. The elderly was safe to walk. If somebody saw you bothering somebody elderly, 3 or 4 people will come running. What the hell are you doing? You don't disrespect OGs like that. That's not there anymore. How do we get that back? Nia said you should have been a prison guard at the worst prison in the state of Maryland. You know what? I applied for the job, but they turned me down. They told me that I fit all the criteria except they told me that I'm too critical. What do you mean critical? I'm too hard. Not hard as an ignorant hard, but I'm hard because I wouldn't take no junk. They'd be afraid I start a riot or something. I'd be right and firm, but sometimes you gotta let this go. You gotta let that. I ain't let nothing go. If I see something, I'm calling it out. Well, small things you ain't got cut. Nah, I see something, I'm calling it out. They were like, nah, we don't want you. See, even in the prison, the prisoners run that prison. You know, the prisoners run that prison. They'd have put me up in there. I've been up there. The funniest thing is, the people say, when I fight, I preach at the same time. I be beating you and preaching at the same time. I'm dead serious. Like I be doing what they say, yeah, you be preaching. It's bad enough you beating somebody up, well, you got to preach to them too. So I don't deny. I just don't have the patience for foolishness. Like the other night on the bike ride, I was ticked off because I spent 2 days getting ready for that bike ride. I had everything charged up and ready to go. And yet a brand new cord, the cord that came with the new Metro PCS phone, it failed. That was only our third time using it. It failed. That was a brand new cord. We got cords that we ain't had for years. It failed. So, Tristan, you don't consider yourself an extension of Jesus. You don't see yourself as an extension to God. If there's somebody that really needs something and you got it, Jesus can't depend on you to say, hey, I got this. Well, let me just sit back. Even though I got it, let me just, and I could really help out, my buddy, but let me just sit back here and let me see what Jesus would do. So then Jesus got to go find somebody else to help, right? So what fruit are you bearing? How good are you to him? It wasn't about the pasta. Inmates would have had me doing the laundry. I already know if I go to jail, I'm being carried out. I know that. Because I'm not getting in no gang. I already know. They're going to kill me in my sleep. I already know it. They ain't going to do it while I'm awake. But y'all know I'm an insomniac. And when I pass out, I don't go to sleep. I pass out. That's when they're going to kill me. Because, see, I ain't dumb enough to be in the gym lifting weights. That's how people come and hold it over your throat and try and choke you out. And it ain't gonna be like that. I'll be in there beating the weights up. I already know it. If I walk in there, I'm coming out in the box. I'm coming out in the box, or I'm coming out the gas chamber. And there's a moratorium on executions right now. So I'm probably gonna be carried out unless they put me in a supermax. But you only come out 21 hour out of 24 hours. You get to go out in this little yard by yourself. They'll probably have somebody trying to stab me on the way or something. But I'll be in there preaching until my final days. So I have me a little audience. And see, the problem is, I don't believe. Um, I'm not saying I couldn't coexist with the Muslims, but I wouldn't be one because I know that it's a fake religion. You said, let me get this straight. So Jesus has control and more power than God over all the universe, but he can't stop a pump. But see, that's when you start to interfere with the free will. The punk with the pistol got the free will to use it. Who raised the punk with the pistol? Who allowed this punk to become a punk? Nia says, Tristan McGregor, you're on the road tonight. Well, he's telling you what you want to hear. But really, what he's saying don't make much sense. If it makes sense to you, you're part of the problem. Because you want to sit back and let everything go on and just be blase, blase. But then when something happened to somebody you care about, you expect everybody to come care like you didn't care when my person got took out. Why should I care about you? My grandma was getting beat down on the steps because she wouldn't let go of her purse. And you saw it and kept right on walking. So now your daughter getting raped in the hallway. I saw it, but shoot, you ain't doing about my grandma. Put on you. That's that kind of attitude that allows evil to grow. If I had the power, if I had the power, but I don't. Christian says, believe in yourself, maybe the world will be a better place. I do believe in myself. That's why we go ride everywhere. If I was scared, you think I'd be riding my bikes down these bad neighborhoods? I'm not scared. I'm a child of God. And technically, I've died 5 times and came back to life. I'm not scared of dying. But I realized that the devil, we learned that from Job, the devil can't hurt you. People can. You have to make somebody want to hurt you. How do you make somebody want to hurt you? Getting on their nerves, flashing jewelry in the face, flashing money, messing with the women in that family, running your mouth, bragging, and being the victim. I try not to play any of them roles. I don't want to help the devil do nothing. But when you do those things, that's the way the devil can take you out. When you do those things. Well, let me scroll up and take a look. You said I was willing to paralyze somebody over a measly can of fake pasta. Tristan said he would have minded his own business. Yeah, he knocked my boss out. So it wasn't about the can anymore. He knocked the man that was paying my bills out. I'm supposed to stand there and do nothing? I'm supposed to stand there and do nothing. You said I risked my life. It actually cost $2.39. It was a can of Chef Boyardee ravioli. But it wasn't about the ravioli anymore. It was about the fact that he knocked my boss out for one punch. Y'all know I'm barely 5'7", but this dude knocked out a man that used to box. I was in my 40s at the time, but he was in his 50s. "6'4", about 210 pounds. He knocked him on his behind and was getting ready to jump on him. I had to get in. You said you would have minded your own business. Then every hooligan in the neighborhood would have been coming in there taking anything. The boss had got knocked out and the security didn't do nothing. Every hooligan, every drug dealer, everybody would have came in there and been cleaning the shelves. They would have been looting that place. And you know it. Something had to be done. Not to mention the other brother, the older one, was mad at the younger one for hiring me. He didn't think I looked tough enough. He didn't think I was hood enough to work there. Yet I was the best security they ever had. I was the best security they ever had. And the sad part is, one day, their brother had visited the store. He very seldom came by. He was the older brother. He came by the store, and he was standing in the lobby And the, the boy was thick. He was about 15, but he was thick. And he had like a 9-year old little brother with him. And he came in the store and he put 2 boxes of Mike and Ike in his pocket. And I stopped him at the door and I locked it. And I went to reach in his pocket to grab it, and the dude swung on me. And I pushed him, and then I grabbed the pepper spray, and he came at me. While this was going on, the little brother unlocked the door. So I maced him and kneed him in the stomach. And the brother pulled him out the door. I was pulling on one arm, and the brother was pulling on the other. But like I said, the dude was about 200 and something pounds, and he had his foot on the other door. So I'm pulling, he pulling, and finally, the boss said, "Let him go," so I let him go. This dude came back 20 minutes later and told the older brother, "See, I didn't have nothing." He came up to me and he told me, he said, "I didn't want you here. I didn't think you was tough enough. And I heard the stories about you, but I didn't believe it. But I see you ain't no joke." That was validation. Because I tried to get that job 3 times before. And the older brother, the guy would tell me, "Be here at a certain time." And I would be there. And there'd be somebody else standing there. Dudes from the neighborhood, because the older brother thought that they would get along because they're from the same neighborhood. Well, the problem with that is, if you from the same neighborhood and you see these people doing this stuff and you don't say nothing, you working, you ain't gonna say nothing. That's what I couldn't understand. Where's the logic in that at? If you got people that know these people and they know what they do and they don't do nothing about it, why are they gonna do something about it at your place? See, but that's the mentality. That's why that brother didn't run the store. He walked around with a gun in his pocket. Yeah, well, yeah, watch him because he got the gun. We're not gonna do nothing with it, you know. Mhm. You say I'm the winner. I told you I lost the first fight. I told you I lost the first fight, and that got me to train. Yeah, we were talking about Jesus, and we got the pasta. Go figure. Said, I want to know why Jesus and God are asleep at the wheel with all the crime and murder going on. They ain't asleep at the wheel. Their hands are tied. I don't think y'all understand what free will means. Let's say you have a son, and you give your son an apartment building as his inheritance. When you ran the apartment building, You didn't let no ruffians in it. You had good people that paid on time and respected the property. So you give the building over to your son and tell him it's yours now. You can do whatever you want to do with it. He let his buddies move in, put your good tenants out. The buddies pay when they want to. They have wild parties and tear the building up. When you gave it to them, the building was in pristine condition. When you go by to visit, you like, damn, this look like something off the wire. What's going on here? What are you doing? So I'm going to tell you, hey, didn't you give me this building? You told me I could do whatever I wanted to do with it. Yeah, but I didn't mean for you to let it get run down like this. I'm embarrassed to even be looking at it. Well, but you gave it to me, right? To do with what as I will. So you can't tell me how to run it. Well, God gave you your body. And thanks to Adam bringing sin into the world, we have used that free will to sin and do everything that God can't stand. Because we gave him the free will, it's only so much, really, that can be done. Because if somebody was trying to kill you, that person is using his free will to kill you. You have the free will to kill him back. Somebody got to win, somebody got to lose. Now, Jesus and God can help you by giving you some extra energy. Maybe they can help you by somebody coming to intervene. But if somebody got free will, if you're not really walking with them, for them to intervene, you're not walking with him, and that person that's trying to kill you not walking with him. So y'all basically on an even plane. How's one will more important than the other will? If both of y'all are not important. How's somebody trying to rob you will weaker than somebody not trying to rob you? Neither one of you walking with God. Because at that point, when they intervene, the devil get to go to them and say, I thought they had free will. Why are you intervening? They not walking with you, they walking with me. Why are you getting involved in it? There's a challenge. There's a challenge out there. When God told, I mean, when the devil told Eve that there's a reason why God didn't want them to eat from that tree, he was telling Eve that God way ain't the right way. But if you bite from that tree, you're gonna get the truth and knowledge you need. And you're gonna be able to manage yourself. You're gonna know the things that God don't want you to know. And by her being in a subservient role, she wanted the knowledge. See, it wouldn't have worked on Adam because Adam would have said, I got everything I need. I'm good. He had to find a weak link. And the weak link was the position. Somebody that's second always want to be first. And see, Christian making jokes, but see, the thing is, I don't consider myself a fighter. I just consider myself an agent. Because you're right. I didn't own that store, but that store paid my bills. That store allowed me to drive my car. It allowed me to have nice things. There were days I went to work. I didn't know if I was coming back. It's no different than people in Chicago, Chirac, New York, Baltimore, Memphis, Atlanta, Watts, LA. When they leave the door, they don't know if they're coming back. But if you got faith, you know if you ain't coming back, you going someplace better. Every time I feel threatened, I pray, give me the strength to get through it. I don't pray to hurt somebody. I don't pray to kill somebody. I don't pray to wound somebody. I pray, stop the threat. Why do I pray that? Because I don't want to hurt nobody. And even if I lose, I don't want to be hurt. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. Those who live by the gun die by the gun. If you keep depending on other things, sooner or later you fall victim to it. Tristan, that's how I know you're not a Christian. I have suplexed 400-pound men. When I was in my prime, I could put a dent in a telephone pole, the steel ones. When I was in my prime, I could hit a brick wall and make the shards come off. When I was in my prime, it might take me a week, but I could knock a tree over. Even today, it would kill me to walk up that hill. But if I had to do it, I would do it. I probably would be breathing hard for half an hour if I had to jog one time around the track. When I was working security, I used to go around that track 4 times a day after working a 12-hour shift. Even in the condition that I'm in, I pray for one good hit. And that hit could be a suplex, it could be a front kick, it could be a knee, it could be a forearm, it could be an elbow, it could be a headbutt. But I always pray when I throw it, that person don't throw back. Now I told you I got into a fight with somebody that was high up on meth or something. I don't know what the hell he was on. I hit this dude at least 60 times and he wasn't out. I picked this dude up and suplexed him. He still wasn't out. I tackled this dude and spine busted him on the edge of the curb before we rolled out into the street. I sat on top of this dude for 20 minutes waiting for the police, punching him in his damn head, and not one car ran us over. I believe in the power of God. You might not believe in the power of God. I believe in it. Hey, how you doing, Snazzy? You may not believe in the power of God. When the people at the cab company tricked me out of the cab and they're taking all my money, I was stranded clear on the other side of town. It would have took me 6 hours to walk home on a hot summer day. Somebody came and I had to go catch the subway at the neighborhood where the store I used to work at. And I didn't see not one of them people. Now I've been over 33 fights. I didn't see not one of their people or none of their buddies or relatives. When I got off the subway at North and Penn, for some reason, the police were sitting out there. And that bus took forever to come. And I watched people get hassled and begging and shoving. And like I said, luckily the police sat there the whole time I got on the bus. When I got on the bus, that bus, when I used to ride it, that bus was crowded. I got on there and got me a seat by the window. Didn't nobody come sit next to me the whole bus ride. When I got off that bus, I had to get on the next one. The guy had gave me $10. I spent 4 of it on an all-day pass to get home. I remembered that I had the cereal that I didn't even want, but I had a whole box of fake Cheerios. I rode the bus up past my stop until I saw a convenience store. I went in there and got a gallon of milk and got a bag of sugar. And I had to go almost 2 weeks eating that cereal. Because the next day I got up and walked down to social services, and I asked them for a food. I asked them for a rent voucher, and they told me I don't have no kids, and I wasn't a woman. Well, I said, look, I need something. They said, well, what do you really need? I said, well, the rent's paid, utilities is paid. I ain't got nothing to eat. They said, well, we can give you a food stipend. I said, I don't want no food stipend. I need, but they said you need something to eat, right? I said, yeah, why you saying give me a rent voucher? They said, well, you make too much to get cash because you're a man, but we'll give you the food voucher. That's how I got it. I didn't go ask for no food voucher. I asked for a rent voucher. I pay full rent. I'm on disability. I ain't supposed to be paying full rent. I'm supposed to get a discount. By the time I got approved, it was a actually the video. Nope, I never published that video. I shot a video of me going to the market. I ain't know where the market was. I ate curry out all the time. That was the longest walk of my life. The first time I had to walk to the market, and then coming back home, my fingers were so cold. I hadn't felt that until the other night we went out. My fingers were so cold, frostbitten. When I see myself ride somewhere now, it's a smile on my face. Back in November 2017, all the way up to No Night by Kaz got me my first bike. It was nothing but agony. In between that, the people had got me a dolly cart, and that made it easier because instead of having to have all them bags, you carrying them and your hands getting all frostbitten, you can keep a hand in your pocket and use the other hand to pull the cart behind you. Then you can switch hands when that hand get cold. Just little things that make life easy. Just little things. The other night, it was so cold, even with the mittens, my hands were frozen. I hadn't felt that in years. Where you saying, where am I bragging at? Where's the bragging at? I was all kind of drivers. Truck driver, delivery driver. Never had a CDL though. Not like backing up. But I could drive a box truck and do wheelies on it. Well, can you suggest some? Somebody said I'm bragging. I'm telling you the transformation. If I had of been listening to the spirit and had started YouTube sooner, it would have been a nice backup. I'd have been able to ride around and really show you the city. It took me to lose everything before I got serious about YouTube. Really couldn't go anywhere. Everywhere was a long walk. On the bikes, it's easy, but on foot, I have a video where I walked the social services, and on the way back, watch how many times I had to stop. Even that snowstorm we had last January, where you couldn't even get a cab, and I got stranded at the Family Dollar. Y'all that watch the show, y'all know y'all see me ride by the two gas stations, and then you see me ride by the Family Dollar, and then go to the pharmacy. I had made it from the Family Dollar down to the gas stations when he pulled up. I could have made it home. God would have gave me the strength to make it home. The mechanic said that something was wrong with the truck, that he wasn't coming. I had made it almost halfway home, and he called and said he was on the way. I still kept walking, and I was transformed. This is before we got Bessie. I'd rode Bessie in the snow, shoot. But I had been transformed right back to where I was in 2017 because I didn't bring the little bike. I didn't think the little bike was going to do it. I didn't think the little bike was going to do it. I really didn't. Yeah, but the problem is, mm, I tried to think of a job I would do where I wouldn't lose my temper. That I'm qualified to do. I can't think of one. Which is I want to know how am I bragging? Where was I bragging at? I'm telling you how I hit rock. To me, that was rock bottom. I'm better off than I was November 2017. I'm a lot better off than I was. And YouTube keeps me busy. And it keep me on my toes. I'll be up there doing things that my cardiologist would have a heart attack if he knew the stuff that I was doing. I, I remember I showed my doctor a video of me going up the mountain. This was on the little bike. She said, you ride up that hill? She didn't know the bike was electric. I thought she was gonna say, you're not supposed to be on no bike. I said, yep. And I said, you notice I'm 318, 320 when I got the mobility scooter you gave me, but when I ride the bike, I'm like 280, 290. She said, yeah, I see the difference. I won't say nothing about you riding the bike, but you know you should be in the man. You can't tell me to get back in the how you gonna tell me to get back in the mobility scooter? Somebody always trying to tell you to do something. Always want to hold you back. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody always trying to tell you what you should do. You ask the spirit what you should do. I ate off of $6 for 2.5 weeks. That to me was rock bottom. $6. I look back to then and see myself now. See the apartment I was living in. See myself now. I consider myself blessed. Well, Nia, haven't you ever wanted something and got it and said, you know what? Why did I want this? Never heard of buyer's remorse. Don't get me wrong. If I ever have to use it, it's right there. Don't get me wrong. It's right there. I'm looking right at it. Yeah, it's right there. But to think I had nothing but $6 in 2017. Now I got one, two, three, four forms of transportation and trying to earn another one. Still trying to get the downstairs apartment. We always moving, trying to update, improve. I don't like how the video footage look. The shocks on Marsha is better than the shocks on Bessie. And Marsha got the bigger tires. The footage ain't as jumpy. So we're gonna go back to, since it's the wintertime now, we're gonna go back to using the backpack mount for the phone, for the hard camera. We're gonna go back to using the backpack mount. So I need to get that mount off of there and put the lights up there And tomorrow we're waiting for the peace to come, and hopefully the mail get here at a decent hour, and we can go out tomorrow with the wagon, and we'll take the wagon out for the first time. We haven't taken the wagon out. We haven't taken the wagon out since we got Bessie in April. So hopefully the tires ain't flat. I'm at to check them out, and we'll take the wagon and I'll hit the market, and we'll load up since we got the wagon. So since we got the wagon, we got the pangy bags, and you know we'll go ahead and we'll head up to the market. Like I said, I really don't have much to complain about. No matter how bad things look, there was always something. Whenever we needed something, if I couldn't get it, somebody always came through. I'm grateful and I feel blessed. It's 14 people watching right now. I can tell you right now, if you'd have told me that anybody would watch me, I would say, why? What are you watching me for? I appreciate each and every one of you. You know, Ava J says, PD, the point is, God loves us all. He might not like the things people do, but he loves us. Yes, he does, but he can't stand sin. And a lot of us love sin more than we love ourselves, than we love our children, than we love our spouses. And sadly, a lot of people love sin more than they love Jesus or God. That's the problem. A lot of people love sin and they can't deal with the concept that God doesn't like sin. Ava J, if you got a husband or a boyfriend or whatever, and they keep cheating on you, and you keep telling them, I'm going to leave you if you keep cheating on me, and he start bringing the women around you and throwing them in your face. How long before you leave? How long will you stay there? Well, he's bold enough to keep bringing his women where y'all stay at. How long will you stay there? He know he disrespecting you, but he keep doing it. How long will you stay with him? We'll wait for Ava to answer that question. How long will you stay, Ava? You still might have feelings for him. You still might love him. But how long will you stay? This is what we do to God every day. When we keep doing what he hates. And we know he hates it, and we still keep doing it. And we break our necks to do it. We literally break our necks to do it. We'll go out of our way to continue to do it. That's what causes the disconnect. AJ said, and as the Bible tells us, we will reap what we sow. So that is free will, Tristan, because if God didn't give us free will, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we want to do. If He was to intervene, we couldn't do the things that we want to do. Because He loves us, He gave us the choice. He gave us the choice. You got to remember, Satan is a fallen angel, and they disagreed with God about human beings. And a third of them came down, and that's Satan's little army. Some of them, some of them, some of their children drowned in the flood. Some of them were buried in the mountain. But Satan challenged God with Eve. And Satan said, God doesn't know what's best for us. God does not know what is best for us. He knows what's best for us. But we ourselves know what's best for us. Satan wants us to worship him. So now we have free will to do what we want to do. What do you want to do? Do you want to walk with God and Jesus, or do you want to walk with the devil? You got the choice. You said, why is crime so bad? Choices. You can make up as many excuses as to why you would do it, but you make the choice to pick up a gun and go put it in somebody's face. You make the choice to go break in somebody's house. You make the choice to sell poison to your people. You make the choice. Don't nobody make you do it. People say, racism make me do it. Ain't nobody from the KKK put a gun to your head and say, go do this. But you do it. Oh, it's the man. Ain't no man came and put something to your head and say, hey, you got to go do this. You choose to do it because there are other ways. You do what you want to do. And every time you sin, you tell God, I don't care. My selfish issues are first. Yeah, I could go work for minimum wage. I can go sling some drugs. I work for minimum wage. I might get a good woman, but she ain't gonna be, a dime piece. She ain't gonna be a hottie. But if I go sell drugs, or if I go breaking people's houses or do armed robberies and give her, jewelry and keep her happy, I can have me the best. I could go to school and get an education and get a good job, but that takes too long. I can go out here and start singing right now. I ain't gotta do 4 years. I want to be a doctor. Gotta go to school for 9 years. I don't nobody want to go through all that. I want the easy way. You separate yourself. If you're a pedophile and you like little children, why you can't get you a midget that look young? Why you gotta go mess with the little children? You know God can't say that. You make the choice. If you're gay, why you can't find why you can't find a woman that look like a man? I'm just asking the question. You said I'm telling the truth. Why people don't like hearing the truth? Ain't nobody said no. One thing I said was wrong. You rather talk about how I'm saying it than the heart of the matter. It's the truth. You make a decision to do things that you know is unacceptable to God. When you make the decision and you separate yourself from God, it's better for them to marry an adult midget than it is to mess with some little kids. You don't agree with that, now? I told y'all if I was a Michael Jackson entourage, I got him some midgets he could lay up in the bed with them and have sleepovers like he wanted to do as a child, and when they got no trouble. I could have saved him that $10 million lawsuit. You said we can't judge no one but ourselves, so it's not our business to judge someone else. I'm not asking you to judge. I'm asking you to judge yourself. Are you purposely doing things that you know God can't stand? If you are, you're not walking with God. You fooling yourself. That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm only going to do a little bit of this app. There ain't no little bit of this. You all in or you all out. Now, if you sin by accident and repent of it and try not to do it again, Jesus will wash you clean in God's eyes. But if you purposely keep doing it, well, forgive me, Jesus. I'm not gonna forgive me. I'm not gonna go down to the club and pick up something every Friday. I'm really gonna start looking for a good wife, or I'm just gonna stay single. And then Friday come, you down there at the club, and after you get done, oh yeah, I forgot about you, Jesus. Yeah, I thought I wasn't gonna do that no more, but I slipped up. Can you forgive me? And then next weekend come, you do it again. Next weekend come, you do it again. You skip a week. See, I was trying, Jesus, but the next week you go do it again. How long do you think he gonna stick with you? You make the choice. I'm not asking nobody to look at anybody else. Look at yourself. Are you making the choice? You got the free will. But Jesus will come look for you. He'll send people to come talk to you to try to get you to come back. Oh, get away from me. I don't want to hear about that stuff. I'm doing what I'm doing. When you let people convince you that you can keep doing what you're doing, and they're not gonna say nothing to you, they're not gonna pay you no mind. They're not recording it in that book. You fooling yourself. All right, Nia, my logic is lacking. Where's lacking at? I'll listen. You want to come on the panel there? How's my logic lacking? Explain how my logic is lacking. I'll listen. I haven't said anybody was anything. I said ask yourself. Ask yourself. Ask yourself. Because I know I could do better. I'm trying every day, but I could do better. I could do better to be a better representative of God and Jesus. I know I'm not worthy, but I'm trying. I'm not worthy. I can say it honestly. Can y'all admit y'all not worthy? We all fall short. I argue with myself every day. Are you arguing with yourself? Are you mad at yourself when you slip? Are you mad at yourself when you have a meltdown? You trying to attack the messenger, but the message is right. The message is clear. What do you mean victimize? I said for them to marry. I didn't say for them to rape them. That's what I'm talking about. Where do y'all get this stuff from? What voice in your head told you to say that? Y'all understand what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying, but you don't want to hear it. Why do you keep saying? So you saying you wouldn't rather a child molester marry a midget than go mess around with little children and kill them so they don't snitch on them? Where's the logic in that at? How is that victimizing? They have to make themselves believe the same way I'm making myself believe this is a cigarette. I'm making myself believe heroin addicts that are on methadone. They have to make themselves believe they're not gonna get the same buzz, nowhere near the buzz they're gonna get off of heroin. They're not gonna get the same high. They have to make themselves believe. When your buddies want to go out to the bar and you know that you can't go, but then somebody say, hey, you know, they got the fake beer now. Or somebody say, hey, why you not coming down to the bar? You go down to the bar and you order yourself a Sprite on the rocks or a 7 Up on the rocks. It looked like a drink. It bubbled like a drink, but it's not a drink. You have to make yourself believe for the greater good. You saying it's illogical. I'm living it. The same way. I'm eating healthier now. This food ain't good as the real thing, but I make myself believe. If I like getting the low sugar readings, if I like feeling better, if I want to live a little bit longer, I got to make myself believe. You make yourself believe in so many other ways. Why you can't make yourself believe and stay on God's good side? See, I didn't say that. See, there you go. You trying to? There you go. You always do that. You always do that. You said what I said was illogical. Explain how that's illogical. And Ava J said, you saying you talk like you don't sin and everybody else is sinners. You heard me say that I'm not worthy, that I get on myself every day. I haven't heard y'all say that. I haven't heard y'all say that because you're not. You're just going to attack because you know what I'm saying is true, but you don't want to deal with it. So you just want to attack and come up with something else, try and change it around. Fact of the matter is, you know what sin is, and you got to strive not to do it. Even if it's boring. Learn how to take something that you know you love, but you know God hate, and try to find something that's acceptable, but it still give you what you're earning for. Because if you don't, it's always going to be what I want and what I know God don't want. And sooner or later, you'll want, because of our selfish, sinful nature, it's going to make you do it. It is attack because haven't heard you telling me that I don't sin when I just told you that it's a battle every day. I haven't heard y'all say that y'all battle every day. I'm giving y'all a testimonial. You telling me what I'm saying is illogical, but you haven't told me why. Fact of the matter is, you have to want eternal life versus pleasure in this life. And you got to find a bridge that'll give you some of the pleasure you want, but not mess up your eternal life. What's illogical about that? What's illogical about that? I'm asking you, what's illogical about that? You said because someone doesn't agree. I didn't say you had to agree, but you ain't telling me why you don't agree. You haven't told me what I said was wrong, that it can't be done. Instead, you just I didn't say nobody wasn't trying to do better. Now you putting words in my mouth. How you know I didn't say? But I'll listen. You said that my logic was bad. What was wrong with the logic? I'll listen. And you said, how do I know if someone else is not trying to do better? I haven't told nobody they wasn't doing better. But earlier I did say, ask yourself. I didn't say ask anybody else. I said ask yourself. That's all I asked you. Ask yourself. That's between you, Jesus, and God, not between us in the chat. We just people. You said the predator comment is illogical. Why is it illogical? You got people that can make themselves believe that they can keep doing the worst things and still think they're going to heaven. You can make yourself believe anything. Well, let me go look. Maybe I missed a comment. Well, is illogical. You said suggesting a predator to victimize. Why do you keep saying victimize? Why does he? You said child predators aren't interested in children due to their size. Well, if they don't want to go to jail, don't want to be ostracized by society, and they don't want to alienate their God, they better find a substitute. The same way somebody hooked on heroin, methadone is a substitute. Some people still get off the methadone and go back to the heroin. The fake alcohol. Alcoholic gonna have to pretend, convince their body. I know you missed the alcohol part, but hey, you got everything else for you. You better get used to it. Because we ain't going back down that road. I'm not going back down that road. I know you're crying out for it. Get it out your system and forget about it. But in the meanwhile, here, you better pretend. You better make it work. How is that illogical? If you like to be with a person every week and then you find out that that's going to put you in the furnace, well, I better find somebody who I can be with every day and marry. My eyes still going to look, I'm still going to wonder and wish, but I got to stop and learn how to be happy with one person. Not listen to the media. Ignore my buddies when they bragging about how many women they bagged this week. I got to stay on point. That's the hardest thing to do. And most people don't do it. Now you can find God and suggest help. Fact of the matter is, some people, no matter how much you try to work, it ain't gonna work. Until you can get them to love Jesus and God more than what they desire. You got to find some way to take the desire out of them because they never gonna commit. They never gonna let Jesus into them because they always gonna wanna hold on, hold on. Yeah, I'm here, but hold on. You can't do both. You can't hold on to both. But at least if you can keep this busy while you experience this, at some point, this won't be as important. But as long as this is still pulling you, it's kind of hard for you to focus on this. And this is most important. But people believe this is more important. So you got tug of war. Now, why not make it easy to let go of this so you can put more of yourself into this? That's all I'm saying. How's that bad? So you rather they just mess with the kids. I just I just threw up what could be an answer. Might not work for everybody, but it could be an answer. You just had to make believe. I'm not judging you, Ava, but you're judging me saying I'm judging you. You just judge me in that comment because you're trying to come up with things to contradict what I said, but the stuff you saying don't have nothing behind it. What I said could make sense for a lot of people. What you saying don't make no sense as an antidote. You assuming that I'm judging you. I don't know you. How can I judge you? I don't know what you do. Why are you assuming that I'm judging you? I don't know anything about you. How can I judge you? You could be Mother Teresa. I don't know. but you're assuming that I'm singling you out. My message is a general message, and it's a message. You can take it and use it, or you can ignore it. Nia says, where in the world did you see anyone say children should remain victims? So you said instead of trying to convince pedophiles to marry midgets that have childish features, it's better for them to keep molesting children. You said it's not logical. So then it's safe to infer. Snazzy sent us some links. I only see one though. Message came across twice. All right, y'all. This is from Snazzy. You telling me to cut it out, but you still haven't defeated what I said. Told you leave feelings and emotions out of it. All right, this is from Snazzy. That's my city.
Police say the two shootings are connected, and how they found out was through a
How you get way down there?
video. In it, the suspect details how he killed his girlfriend inside a Federal Hill home and how he planned to kill his ex-wife in a Howard County home. By the time police saw the video and got to that Howard County home, it was already too late. This Facebook video posted by the alleged suspect shows him talking to his phone, explaining the events surrounding the crime. The suspect making claims about his ex-wife in the video and how he killed his girlfriend just minutes before.
All right, I don't know what's going on with this video, but Nia says I'm not trying to defend what you because you said makes no sense. What you said makes no sense. So you telling me that Michael Jackson, a lonely little boy, even though he had a bunch of brothers and sisters, who used to play with rats as his friends, was not allowed to go over and have sleepovers and parties and stuff. Now, as an adult, he has money, but he doesn't want to do adult things. He wants to do the things he couldn't do when he was little. So you telling me that he couldn't have a sleepover with a bunch of midgets? dress his children, couldn't have a sleepover, and pretend and do the things that he couldn't do that he was doing with a rat. Now he could pretend the rat was a 7 to 8-year-old boy, but he can't pretend that a midget is the 7 to 8 little boy. Make that make sense. I'll listen. I don't know what's going on with this story.
Police say the two
Start it
shootings
again.
are connected, and how they found out was through a social media video. In it, the suspect details how he killed his girlfriend inside a Federal Hill home and how he planned to kill his ex-wife in a Howard County home. By the time police saw the video and got to that Howard County home, it was already too late. This Facebook video posted by the alleged suspect shows him talking to his phone, explaining the events surrounding the crime. The suspect making claims about his ex-wife in the video and how he killed his girlfriend just minutes before.
I don't know what's wrong with this video, Snazzy. It's not working.
Say is uncommon.
We're just in complete shock. I mean, this is a safe neighborhood and we feel so comfortable walking outside, and we just have no words.
Police say they found the 41-year-old girlfriend inside this home along the 1500 block of Marshall Street just after 1:30. The back door to the home kicked in with signs of forced entry. Just after 2, police say the suspect then headed to Howard County with plans of killing his ex-wife and then himself.
Howard County police were notified by Baltimore police that there was a post on social media that indicated the suspect's intention to come to Howard County. But of course, by then, both the victim and the suspect were already deceased.
Howard County and Baltimore police looking into both scenes this afternoon, searching for a motive and any past history explaining the deadly crime.
He certainly wasn't on our radar currently for any reason.
And police say they are working on identifying the next of kin before they publicly release the IDs of these people involved in the case. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison and Mayor Brandon Scott were at the Federal Hill scene today. They both condemned what happened and said disputes like these should never end in violence. Live tonight in Howard County, I'm Amy Liu, WBAL TV 11 News.
All right, that was from Snazzy. I think she sent something else. Copy link address.
When you say a man killed his girlfriend and his ex-wife, then confessed to the crimes on social media before taking his own life. Baltimore police confirmed the suspect allegedly broke into his girlfriend's home this afternoon, shot and killed her. Police say he then drove to a townhome community in Columbia and killed his ex-wife before turning the gun on himself. Minutes before the second murder, he allegedly made a social media video admitting to what he had done and what he was about to do next.
Officers arrived on scene at 2:14, and then at 2:22, Howard County police were notified by Baltimore police that there was a post on social media that indicated the suspect's intention to come to Howard County. But of course, by then, both the victim and the suspect were already deceased.
Police have not yet publicly released the names of the victims or the suspect. Right now, they're working to notify all of the family.
All right, that was from Snazzy, y'all. She found us another another version. me see the chat. Nia says he's deceased. What are you talking about? I use Michael Jackson as an example. His best friend was a daggone rat. He always had to train and practice dance steps and singing, and the father didn't let him go and be a little boy. That's why he built his own amusement park where he can go and relive the childhood memories he never had. The same way some people spend $2,000 on a Brady Bunch lunchbox or spend $3,000 on the Monkees lunchbox, because when they were little and them shows was on the air, their parents couldn't buy it for them. But now that they're adults, they can buy it for themselves. You got people that spend crazy amounts of money on stuff that you would just say, really? What you want that old thing for? Well, guess what? They couldn't afford it back then. The same way that I bought a 95 Lexus in 2014. Well, why would you buy a 95 Lexus? Because I got my license in 94. And my first car was a K car, a Dodge Reliant K car, piece of crap. I wanted a Lexus. And it took me from 1995 to 2014, but I bought me a Lexus because it's what I wanted. Now I'm saying to you, why couldn't a man, instead of having them little boys up in his bed and having to sleep over with him, I'm not saying he did anything with him, but why couldn't he have some misses? He wouldn't have had that problem, would he? That's all I'm saying. You say it don't make sense. It don't make sense to you. Candle factory. What?
Scores of people remain unaccounted for tonight, with dwindling hope of finding them alive after tornadoes cut a swath of destruction across at least 6 states. The vicious centerpiece was a monster supercell that carved an hours-long 250-mile path from eastern Arkansas to western Kentucky. Over 100 people are feared dead, at least 80 of them from Kentucky. CBS's David Begnaud is in the devastated town of Mayfield. I know that a lot of times the pictures and the video just don't do these stories any justice. David.
Good evening. You know, the police said tonight they're getting a lot of calls like this. Will you go check on my relative, see if they're okay? I'm worried about them. I haven't heard from them. Landlines aren't working. Cell phone service is spotty. And so that's why we don't know for sure how many people died and how many people are still missing. And because of all of that, tonight they are still doing what they're calling a search and rescue operation. In Mayfield, Kentucky, crews with heavy machinery were powered up, clearing piles of debris in downtown. Right near the center of town, we caught this 360-degree view, showing what businesses looked like before the tornado and what the landscape looks like now.
Oh, Lord.
But so many others were not as fortunate. The largest loss of life could be here at the Mayfield Consumer Products Candle Factory. About 110 people were on the job Friday night when the tornado obliterated the plant. 40 people were rescued, but the search for survivors continues. Candle taker Barbara Tate told us she's still just trying to wrap her mind around that terrifying moment.
I close my eyes and all I see is people hollering and screaming for help. So I'm not doing good at all. You're messing with a person when you see that and you can't help anybody. You're trying to help yourself get out.
75 miles to the northeast in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, there is drone video that shows an eerily similar view: decimated homes and businesses. Cleanup will be a long process after more than 30 tornadoes ripped through 6 states, from Arkansas all the way up to Illinois. CBS News correspondent Mola Langi is in Edwardsville, Illinois.
About 45 employees were able to make it out of this Amazon facility after the tornado ripped through the building, toppling a 40-foot tall and 150-foot long wall, in the process killing 6 people. Now, at this point, this is still an active scene. First responders remain out here. They are still searching, but they say at this point, everyone appears to be accounted for.
Back here in Mayfield, Kentucky, candle factory worker Richard Padilla of Puerto Rico struggles just to stand. He is still in so much pain after being hit with debris.
When I was there under the all the stuff, that I was gonna die. So I thought, if I can survive, my life definitely will have to be better.
3 of Richard's coworkers tearfully told us their story of how they were able to get out and escape with their lives. You'll hear more of that interview tomorrow on CBS Mornings. Jerika?
David Begnaud, thank you for your reporting in Mayfield. I know the mayor, they're saying that all they can ask for right now are prayers.
Damn. Well, somebody always got it worse. Let me check the chat real quick. I am no longer entertaining the nonsense. Me neither, Nia. Thank you, Snazzy. Move on, VDS. So Nia said thank you, Snazzy, and Abel J said thank you, Snazzy. What nonsense? You know, Nia, you made a comment the other day when I got frustrated when I was out there with the cars. You said, them cars belong there, BD. Well, I have convinced myself that my bikes are cars. I make believe that my bikes are cars. So in my mind, I belong out there too. Would you like to retract your statement you made? In my mind, these are my cars. I make myself believe it. You're going to say, to you, that's not logical. But we're not talking about you. We're talking about me. Stop putting you and me and you. If a man can convince himself that a rat is his friend, why can't he convince himself that midgets can be his friend? You still haven't answered that question. Because I can find you the clip where little Micah's in the bed playing with the rat. Most people wouldn't touch a rat. They want to kill him. That was his best friend. He convinced himself that that was his best friend. He can't convince himself that some midgets over the age of 18 could be his best friend and have hangouts and sleepovers and play the video games and pillow fight and all the other stuff that the kids do. He couldn't pretend, make himself believe.
A man is facing federal charges for forcing a CTA driver at gunpoint to drive him to a location off the bus route. Investigators say Maurice Lowry boarded the bus in West Englewood Wednesday night with a gun. He allegedly demanded the 64-year-old bus driver take a different route. After traveling a few blocks, he got off. Lowry was arrested about 20 minutes later. He faces 1 felony count of unlawful use of a weapon. The charges come one day after CTA drivers held a protest demanding safer conditions, citing an increase in attacks.
Walgreens. That's a month ago. I agree. Say doing it again. We saw that already. One hour ago, breaking news.
Developing tonight, a suspect is now in custody in connection with the October ambush shooting that left one Harris County Precinct 4 deputy constable dead and wounded 2 others. Deputy Kareem Atkins was killed, Deputy Daryl Garrett was shot in the back, and Deputy Joaquim Barthen was shot in the foot. KPRC2's Rochelle Turner live now to HPD headquarters in downtown Houston with the very latest on this news. Rochelle.
Sion, at this hour, the suspect involved has not been identified. But as you mentioned, for the past 2 months, several agencies, including Houston Police, have been searching for the person who shot and killed Harris County Precinct 4 Deputy Kareem Atkins and injured deputies Joaquim Barthen and Daryl Garrett. Now, minutes ago, Constable Mark Herman tweeted this, saying it was great news that Houston Police were able to make an arrest. Back on October 16th, a man who has not been identified ambushed the 3 Harris County deputies outside the 45 Nordy Bar and Lounge in North Houston. 2 of the deputies were trying to arrest a robbery suspect when the gunman opened fire on them. The 3rd deputy rushed outside to help and was also shot. Deputy Kareem Atkins was laid to rest, and he leaves behind a wife and 2 kids. And Constable Mark Herman also tweeted that he will be holding a press conference tomorrow with Deputy Atkins' wife, Nadia, and Houston Police Chief Troy Finner. As soon as we learn the details about that press conference, we'll be sure to pass it along to you on clicktohouston.com. Reporting live from HPD headquarters, I'm Rochelle Turner, KPRC 2 News.
Rochelle, thank you.
Be on the lookout for thieves in holiday crowds. Police say today they arrested 5 pickpockets targeting people down at Rockefeller Center. Officers responded after getting multiple complaints on Friday night. Police say one of the suspects had 37 prior arrests.
Ooh, my city.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says both the scenes here at Federal Hill and in Howard County are part of a domestic dispute. You can see here police tape still lining one of the homes here along the 1500 block of Marshall Street. Now, we just learned minutes ago that the victim here at the Federal Hill location was supposedly the suspect's girlfriend. The woman killed in Howard County was his ex-wife. The suspect first started here at this Federal Hill home. Harrison says officers were called slightly after 1:30 this afternoon to the 1500 block of Marshall Street and found the back door of one of these homes kicked in. Inside, they found that woman dead with apparent gunshot wounds. He said shortly after, they received more information of another homicide in Columbia, and police say just after 2 p.m. there, they went to the 7300 block of Edenbrook Drive for reports of gunshots. We are just learning now that a video post on social media said the suspect was headed towards Howard County. Baltimore police say they saw that video on Facebook, but by the time they made it there, it was already too late. That is where police say he shot and killed his ex-wife before taking his own life. Neighbors gathering outside of the Federal Hill location learning the news had this to say.
We're just in complete shock. I mean, this is a safe neighborhood and we feel so comfortable walking outside, and we just have no words.
And police say they are working to notify the next of kin before releasing the identities of the people involved in this dispute. Both the police commissioner and Mayor Brandon Scott were here at the Federal Hill location. They were talking about how this violence is unacceptable, especially when it comes to solving issues. We'll also bring you more updates on this case tonight on 10 and 11. But for now, we're live here in Federal Hill tonight. I'm Amy Lou, WBAL TV 11 News.
Well, back in the day, I've said it on many a video. They are at a place where most of the crooks and criminals, even though they ain't nothing but 4 or 5 blocks away, they know you don't mess with people in Federal Hill. You don't mess with the people in Federal Hill. There's certain neighborhoods that even the crooks know. The police will be on you like white on rice. You don't mess with these neighborhoods. Well, guess what? These new generation don't care. And with the people so close, if I can show you all on the map, can we find Google Maps on here? Actually, let's do something even better. Put in what would be a good side street? All right. Snazzy sent us a new link. Now y'all saw how nice it look here. But then look right here. Look at how nice it looks. But that's the hood, a couple blocks away. Look how nice it looks. Notice they're not showing the hood. But that's the hood right there. Amazing how they're not showing the projects. Where the projects at? Right there. That's the high-rise projects right there. This is the high-rise projects. Then they got the low-rise. See the low rises behind? They got the low-rise projects. But look at how beautiful it is. It's such a beautiful neighborhood. But then you go 4 or 5 blocks away and you get this. You get this. It's a mixed community. It's a lot of money down there. It's a lot of poor people down there too. You gotta be careful, but most know don't mess with them people. But like I said, the generation now, they don't care. They don't. All right, this from Snazzy.
I've been going through.
Oh, this is the video of the man that killed his girlfriend and his ex-wife.
That supported me and really knows what's going on. Thank you all. I've been going through a custody battle. I've been going through having my ex-wife say I molested my children and all kinds of craziness. Been fighting for custody for 3 years. So, shit has been real crazy. What's up, Oliver? You know about this. Going through it with my ex-wife, blah, blah, blah. So, me, and start dating somebody new. and she got pregnant, and we got in a fight. First thing she does is threatening that she's going to do the same thing. You're never going to see your kids, blah, blah, blah. It's the holidays, man. I don't have no family, nothing. Anyway, I just did something crazy, man. I just shot my ex-girlfriend in the head, yo. Felt like a dream. Like, I never thought I would be that guy. I can't.
All right, Tristan, have a good night.
So, the person that really started my depression and all of this is my ex-wife. So she next, and then I'm going to do myself too. But I just wanted to say this to people: don't play with people's emotions, man. Don't lie on these men. Oh, here's my ex-wife right here. Today's the day.
We got to see into the mind. What are his children going to think when they watch that video? Excuse me. Tangerine strong. Hey, calm down.
Now to the latest on that deadly string of tornadoes in 6 states. Tonight, investigators say dozens of workers who were originally listed as missing from that candle factory in Mayfield, Kentucky, have now been accounted for as alive. The company says right now 8 people are.
I'm trying to be nice to you.
8 are still missing. The governor of Kentucky just providing an update tonight, saying that the death count could now be as low as 50 across the state. KPRC2's Bill Barajas has been in Mayfield since last night.
I'm being nice. Okay, well, there you go. Try to be nice to you.
Survivors. He is live for us again tonight with more. Bill?
Well, it's mostly quiet here right now in Mayfield. There's a curfew in place, so most residents and volunteers have gone home for the night. And we'll
I tried to be nice to you. I really did.
Process, which, as you can see, is still in its early stages. There is debris littered all throughout the ground, and the buildings and homes just behind me have been ripped apart by that deadly tornado. We spoke to one woman who happens to be a mother of 2 and is also pregnant. She tells us she rode out the storm with her children at her house, and she didn't think they would survive. It was day 2 of the cleanup and recovery process. Families and volunteers finding the strength to work through the emotional and physical heartache. Brittany Thomas is 8 months pregnant. She rode out the deadly tornado with her children, a 4- and 6-year-old.
All I remember is something banging into the side of the house, and I turned around and I jumped on the bed with my kids and just grabbed them and my dogs and put a blanket over top of us.
Small town left unrecognizable to those who call it home. Thomas's house, unlike others, is still standing, but far from livable. Thomas's husband, Donnie, says he was at work when the tornado hit.
You see this on TV, you don't see it here, you don't a little small town like this.
Lucky for them, help arrived. A nonprofit formed to help men and women of all ages battle addiction, stopped to assist them in securing their home.
And that's, really what Kentucky is. It's people helping people. So that's really incredible to see the turnout that has come in to assist.
Thomas saying she is grateful to those who have helped and finds hope in the little things that survive Mother Nature's wrath. She tells us her family will salvage what they can and then try and figure out where they'll live next.
We don't know. We don't know right now.
And again, as you just heard, Thomas says she is homeless right now. Her and her family are homeless, but she is lucky in the fact that she says she's been gifted a week's stay at a nearby motel in a neighboring town. She, like many others, will be back out here tomorrow to continue in the recovery and cleanup process here in Mayfield. Live for now in Mayfield, Bill Barajas, KPRC 2 News.
A long road ahead. We are thinking of them. Bill, thank you.
Good story right there. Too bad it's facts. Check their webpage out. They got any good news?
We're live in Lincoln Park. Bruno Tumulty.
What? Well, it's 2 in the morning. How long we been on? 5:14. All right, we almost out of time. Let's push the e-bikes and then we'll call it a night, y'all. So let's start with Bessie. All right, this is Bessie. We call her Bessie because that's her name. This is the Pedelec PX5. This is the lowest e-bike that I have to offer y'all, the lowest priced e-bike. It got 20-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. It's got a 7-speed turny Shimano shifter. It's got a 10.4 amp hour battery. It's got mechanical disc brakes. It got a black and white display. It's got a front headlight, rear tail light in the seat. It has a rack, comes with fenders, front suspension, and it has a seat post suspension. This bike, you seen me ride it. You can look on any of the channels. Brother Derek, they got e-bike in them. You'll see me riding this bike. It also comes in black. This is the one that I have. I'm looking right at it. This is the bike I have. You'll see me riding it tomorrow. We're going to ride up. We have a new clip coming for the trailer. So we're going to go to the market and we're going to use the trailer. And we're going to load up on some goodies. So hope y'all join me tomorrow for that. And hope it don't rain tomorrow. If it do, so what? It's just going to be a fast trip. Yes. Oh, good night, AJ. If I didn't say it already. There is the link for the PX5. And let me give you the coupon code. PX5. Copy the code. Okay. And there's the coupon code. Let me show you what to do with it. You scroll down. Hit buy it now. It's also affordable. They asking $11.99. You put my coupon code in. I'll get you this bike $9.99. No sales tax. Free shipping. Have it to you within 7 days. It come to your door. Open the box up. Charge the battery. Unfold the bike. The battery charged. Put the battery will already be in the bike. Get on it and ride. That's it. With the foldables, you ain't gotta do no assembly. All you gotta do is just open the box up and just unfold it, pull a handlebar up, snap it, get on it. You can't beat this. This is a very dependable bike. I can tell you this bike is damn good. I think it's the best 500 watt e-bike on the market. That was our $9.99 bike. Let me show you. Now, this is a mountain bike. This is the Pedelec GS9. There are 3 versions. There's the G9. Actually, I'm gonna give them a chance. Hold on. Let me give them a chance. Did they fix the price on the G9? Because I'm not gonna promote it. I'm not gonna promote it because it doesn't make sense. Oops. Nope. They asking $10.99 to save $100. In my opinion, it's not worth it. As pretty as this bike is, in my opinion, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But if y'all think it is, hey, I'll drop the link. I don't think it's a good deal. I really don't think it's a good deal. But I'll push it. Some of y'all will say, well, why don't you think it's a good deal? I'm going to show you. I think I already did. You can get this bike for $10.99. But this bike only has the basics, just like Bessie does. This is just a fancier version of Bessie. That's all this is, a fancier version of the PX5. It's not foldable, but it's a mountain bike. It's got 27.5-inch, 2.8-inch wide tires. It's got 13 amp hour battery. It's got a black and white display. It's got the Mickey Mouse 7-speed Shimano shifter. It's got mechanical disc brakes. This is the budget. This is the Cindy Brady of the G-Baby line. They asking $10.99 with my coupon. I don't think you should get it. Let me explain why. Because that was the G9. This is the GS9. And they out of the black ones. They out of the black and green. But it's 60 of these. So let me tell you about this bike. Why I think this bike is the better deal. Check it out. You saying, well, the bikes look very similar. Well, take a good look. This bike has full frame suspension. Cindy the G9 only has front suspension. Okay. This bike has an 8-speed shifter. Cindy only has a 7-speed shifter. But this is an upgrade Shimano shifter without that Mickey Mouse crap. It got a color display. Both of them got 13 amp hour batteries. This has full frame suspension. It's got hydraulic brakes. So basically, the upgrades, because they both got the same frame, they got the same battery, they got the same tires, and that's where everything ended at. You get an 8-speed shifter instead of a 7-speed shifter. You get an updated shifter. You get a color display. You get full frame suspension and the hydraulic brakes. You get all that for $100. So why would you get the other bike? Why would you pay $10.99 for a bike without all those premium features when you pay $100 more and get this one? That's why I say I really didn't even want to mention the other bike, because I asked them to drop it to $9.99 and they won't do it. So, but I pushed it anyway. So somebody might want it. Somebody might not want all them pretty features and want to save $100. Yeah, I don't know why, but you can't tell people what they want. Let me copy this link real quick. Here's the coupon code. Now they want a 1099 for the Cindy. Let me show you what I can get. Now they had 2 of the greens. I hope that we sold them. That would be great. Peace. So $11.99. I can get you this bike. Full suspension, 27.5-inch fat tires, 13 amp hour battery, hydraulic brakes, color display, full suspension, front and rear flex frame suspension. You get all that for $11.99. Why would you want to get, if you can get this for $11.99, why would you want this for $10.99? Why would you want that for $10.99? This should have been priced at $9.99. That's just my opinion. And you know, one thing I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna lie to you. Oops. Now, I showed you Cindy, I showed you Jan. Let's check out the Marsha. Now I can speak on this e-bike because I own it. Well, I don't own it, it's theirs. They sent it to me. I don't own it, but you know, it's in my possession. They haven't asked for it back. So I guess it's mine. No, but seriously though, if I sell 15 e-bikes, if I get y'all to use my coupon for 15 e-bikes, I get to keep this bike and I get to get the next bike. We get relooked at the PS6. This is Marsha. I showed you Cindy for $10.99. I showed you Jan for $11.99. But this is Marsha, and this is the queen of the hill. If you can't already tell, look at them 26-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. Look at them tires. If you can't tell, it's a difference. Now, just like Jan, they both got hydraulic brakes. They both got a color display. They got the same suspension. That's where the similarities in. Because Jan got an 8-speed shifter. This got a 9-speed Shimano shifter. This has an updated color display. Instead of a 13 amp hour battery, it got a 14.5 amp hour battery. But what really separates this bike and blows its 2 siblings out the water, because both of those bikes got 500 watt motors that peak between 750 and 800. This has a 750 watt motor that peaks between 1050 and 1100 watts. This got a 750 watt motor. It got the big fat tires. It got a 9-speed shifter. It got a 14.5 amp hour battery. That's the upgrades. That is the upgrades. So I showed you the bike for $10.99. If a 500 watt motor is good enough for you and almost 3-inch wide tires, you don't need the 4-inch wide tires. $11.99, get yourself the Jan. But if you really want to step it up, you want the Marsha, then you're going to have to kick out a couple more dollars. Okay? You're going to have to kick out a couple more dollars for these features. Let me get you the link. So you can go to the website and get one for yourself or a loved one. Oops, I forgot to give you the coupon code for Marsha. Hold on. I'm slipping. I forgot to take the chicken out the refrigerator, but we got plenty to eat. Oh no. Oh, stupid. Happy. Hey, I'm messing up. Wait a minute. I didn't put it in the window. That's the link for the G9. That's the coupon code for the G9. That's the link for the GS9. Coupon code for the GS9. This is the link for the GS9, and this is the coupon for the GS9 Plus. So this is the link for the Plus, and this is the coupon for the Plus. Don't want to get mixed up here. All right, they asking $16.99. You put my coupon in, you get the bike for $14.99. So you got a choice: $10.99, no suspension, and no premium features. You pay $11.99, you get the premium features, or you pay $14.99, you get all the premium features, plus you get a 750 watt motor that peaks at almost 1100. You get a 14.5 amp hour battery instead of a 13 amp hour battery, 9-speed shifter, 26-inch 4-inch wide fat tires. If you want the features, and let me tell you, them tires are a dream to ride on. $14.99. This is the best featured bike that they offer right now. This is the best featured bike that they offer right now. But let me show you, last but not least, let me show you the bike that I want, that I'm trying to earn. Why am I doing this? I'm trying to earn this bike. Some of you are going to say, this looks like the bike you got. And you would be correct. Because it's the upgrade to it. See, we got the stimulus. I couldn't afford this. This bike is $15.99, and they gave us $1,400. So they gave us $1,400, so I couldn't afford to get it. Now, if there had been a Brother Derek, I would own this bike. But there was no Brother Derek to give out the coupon codes. So hopefully I can be a blessing to some of y'all, because there was nobody to bless me when I was looking for an e-bike. This is a foldable, just like the first bike I showed you, my Bessie. But this has everything Bessie has, but this got the premium features. Now, I showed you Bessie was $9.99. So you know this is going to cost more, because this is the king of the hill. If Marsha is the queen of the hill, the bike I just showed you, this is the king of the hill. It's the king of the foldables. You get 20-inch, 4-inch wide tires. You get a 12 amp hour battery. You get full suspension, front and rear, not seat post suspension. You get full suspension. You get an updated heavy duty rack. You get a color display. You get front headlight. You get a rear headlight. And when you hit the brakes, you let the cars behind you know you're slowing down. It's got a 750 watt motor that peaks at almost 1100. And it folds. What more could you ask for? You get almost 1100 watts of power in its rear. Full suspension. It folds down. You can take it to work, put it under your desk, put it in the corner, go visit at people's houses, sit it in the corner of the living room, sit it in their garage. It just folds out the way. Go in the back seat. Fold it up and take it on a bus or a train. What more? This is the king of the hill. Let me get you the link for it. I'm personally trying to earn one of these. I need 12 of y'all to use my coupon. Don't matter what bike you buy. They all help. I'm trying to earn one. I ain't asking nobody to buy me one. I'm trying to earn one. Help somebody close to you out and help me out at the same time. This is a Past Select PS6. I was hoping to have one by Christmas, but it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna be a Christmas for me. There's the link. And there's my coupon code. Let me show you what you do with it. You scroll down, they asking $15.99. But you use my coupon code. Watch my coupon code work its magic. You're not going to pay $15.99. You're going to pay $12.99. $12.99. It's a steal. I'm trying to earn one. I can tell you, if Congress gave us a stimulus for $1,400 right now, I would buy this bike. No hesitancy. I would buy this bike. I would sell Bessie and buy this bike. I'm dead serious. I would sell Bessie and buy this bike. No questions asked. $12.99. $12.99. How much time we got left? 5:34. So we've been on for 5 hours and 34 minutes. So already we sold the bikes. All right. Shouldn't be on our screen anymore. Three days ago. You saying Fox for? We only use Fox. Let me see if anything going on. What's that right there?
Man now in custody accused of assaulting a flight attendant and air marshal on board a flight heading to LAX. Eyewitness News reporter Jaysha Patel is live at the airport with new video you will only see here on Eyewitness News. Jaysha.
Hey, good morning. Well, that video from passengers on board shows a man yelling at crew members and eventually being restrained.
You gotta lock me up. Stop beating your help! Help! Please help!
The flight was from Washington, D.C., heading to Los Angeles, but had to land in Oklahoma City so the man could be taken into custody. And police say he assaulted a flight attendant, and at some point, an air marshal tried to intervene and was also assaulted. Now, it's not clear what led up to the alleged assault, but video shows the man not wearing a face mask, and the plane finally landed here in LA just after 10:30 last night.
Hey, LeBron James.
Passengers about what happened on board.
He was pretty much like yelling that people were trying to tell him what to do, or people thought they had power over him, or they had power over, certain people on the plane, and he was just like, no, like, I'm in control.
When they finally put the, not the cuffs, but the zips, he was very vocal about it, and, he was screaming.
It was scary. It's scary to experience something like that, especially being however many thousand feet in the air, and not knowing what to do, not knowing what the next move of the person could possibly be.
Delta released a statement applauding crew members and air marshals, and a passenger on board says everyone was handed personalized thank you notes and got an email offering bonus miles.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC.
Yeah, gotta be somebody acting a daggone fool. Gotta be acting a daggone fool. Alrighty, y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. We came back with a bonus mini sermon. You know, we didn't have to because we did the Saturday sermon. So we did sermons back to back. I hope that y'all enjoyed the show. Hope that y'all will come back tomorrow. And like I said, tomorrow, depending on what time the piece for the trailer comes, we're going to be heading to the store. So hopefully, you know, Mondays, they always backed up and it's the holiday time. So hopefully, I said, hopefully they'll be here at a decent time. If not, well, we just going to have to make do. So alrighty, y'all. Y'all have a great evening. Or should I say morning now? And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace, everybody, and we out. Oh, as Nia would say, see you soon. As I say, I see you tomorrow. As Chong Lee would say, don't forget your wash spray before you go out the doors. Peace, everybody. We out.